Good morning and welcome to the virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Adjustment. My name is Desiree Durfler, Committee Chair for today's meeting. Member Ron Chatta is absent from today's meeting to attend to provincial business and sends his regrets. The Committee of Adjustment is composed of 5 citizen members who are appointed by Brampton City Council. The committee is authorized by the Ontario Planning Act to consider applications for minor variances from the provisions of the City of Brampton zoning bylaw. The committee also considers applications for consent, sometimes referred to as land division applications, which include severing a new lot from an existing lot, a lot addition, easements, mortgages or leases in excess of 21 years. This meeting will be held through remote electronic participation in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, as amended by Bill 187, the Municipal Emergency Act 2020, and an order in Council from March 2020, which amended the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and prohibits organized public events of more than 10 people. City Council has authorized virtual meetings of its committees with all members participating remotely to facilitate the continuation of city business during the current pandemic. We will begin the meeting with the city clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Chair Dorfler is here. Member Power?
Present.
Member Culp?
Present, thank you.
And Member Marquez?
Present, thank you.
Thank you. You have 4 members present, Madam Chair.
Perfect, thank you. As we continue to cope with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the Committee of Adjustment will proceed by conducting virtual meetings to support physical distancing and comply with public gathering restrictions, while ensuring the business of the municipality can continue. In-person attendance at this meeting is severely restricted. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting by a few measures. First, watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream after today's meeting has concluded. Second, prior to the start of the meeting, pre-registering with the city clerk's office to speak as a delegation before the committee during this virtual meeting to share your comments and provide your input on a specific agenda item on today's meeting agenda. And third, prior to the start of today's meeting, sending written audio or video submissions to the city clerk's office to be provided to the committee for consideration during this virtual meeting as your input on a specific agenda item. A final reminder for members of committee before we start to consider today's agenda business, please ensure your video is off and microphone is muted until you are assigned the floor, then you can turn both on when you speak. This will help ensure only one person is speaking at one time and minimize other background disruptions during the meeting. Before we consider today's applications, the committee has some procedural matters to take care of. Adoption of minutes. The minutes of the previous meeting are presented in today's agenda. Committee members, are there any questions or concerns about these minutes? If not, I see none. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the September 8th, 2020 Committee of Adjustment meeting as presented? Member Culp, I have to find my wording. Apologize, this is my first time. Member Culp has put forward a motion to approve the minutes of the September 8th, 2020 meeting. Do I have a seconder?
I will second it.
Thank you, Member Marquez. We have all in favor?
All in favor.
All in favor, thank you. Any opposed? I see none opposed. The motion is carried. Next, we have declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? I see none. So we have all members present for all matters on the agenda. Seeing that there are no declarations, the Secretary Treasurer will so note for the meeting minutes. Next, we have withdrawals and deferrals. For today's meeting, we have received no written requests or deferral for withdrawal of any application on today's agenda. I would ask the city clerk if we have received any in the meanwhile.
Through Madam Chair, I can confirm that we have not received any written requests for withdrawal or deferral of any applications on today's agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Okay, and I would ask city staff if they have any deferrals that they would request at this time. Seeing none, I don't know if I need to pose a motion now. No, I do not. All right, so I will continue on with my procedure here. For those unfamiliar with the Committee of Adjustment procedure and process, I'd like to give a brief explanation and scope. Following some procedural matters that we have already undergone, the Secretary Treasurer will call the applications by announcing the application number, the name of the applicant, and address of the property subject to the application. The applicant or authorized agent representing the applicant will then be invited into the meeting by the WebEx event host, which in this case I believe is the city clerk. I request that you reserve any questions or comments pertaining to the staff report until after planning staff has had an opportunity to present. If there's anyone who is registered to participate electronically who wishes to speak to a particular application, you will be given the opportunity to do so when the application is presented and will be invited into the meeting by the WebEx host. Any decision made here today may be appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, known as LPAT, previously through the Ontario Municipal Board, the OMB. Appeals received in the city clerk's office associated with minor variance and consent applications will be processed and forwarded to LPAT. This process may be commenced with the Secretary Treasurer by filing a completed appeal form and filing fee within the prescribed 20-day appeal period. Information pertaining to the appeal process may be obtained by contacting the Secretary Treasurer within the city clerk's office. We now move to consent applications. I will now call on Ms. Myers, Secretary Treasurer, to announce the file number, name of the applicant, and the address of the property for the first application. The applicant or authorized agent representing the applicant will then be invited into the meeting by the host. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will first wait for the first application to be called.
Calling applications B200015, Bedovan Construction Limited on Mass Drive, as well as a related application A20200068 in the name of Gina Hajotia and Jason Partap, and that property is located at 16 Garney Court. Both applications are related.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Through the clerk, do we have an applicant here for presentation?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. The authorized agent on behalf of the applicant from KLM Planning Partners, Ryan, is present, as well as we do have a few people that wish to address the committee, Hardiel Sangha and Sukwant Ray, and we will start with Ryan. We also have delegation requests from Gina Kajioti and Jason Partap, the owners, and Rosetta Solomon, but they have not joined the session. So we will proceed with Ryan. Ryan, you can address the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Fay, and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. As Jeannie had mentioned, I'm here on behalf of applications B200015 and minor variance application A20200015 on behalf of Bedovan Construction Limited, and they own blocks 52, 53, and 54 on Mass Drive, and as well as Jason Partap and Gina Kajosha with respect to the variance application, and they live at 16 Garney Court, and they're adjacent parcels. The purpose of the application is for consent from the Committee of Adjustment to convey approximately 130 square meters of land from the Mass Drive property to the existing dwelling at 16 Garney Court. By way of background information, in 2018, blocks 52, 53, and 54 were deregistered from registered plan of subdivision 43 and 935. And that had the effect of merging those three lots on title to form one building lot. So there are some lands associated with that lot that are being conveyed because they're surplus and they're not required for the new dwelling on Mass Drive, and that would give the owners at 16 Garney Court some more rear yard to utilize for their residential purposes. And so I think it's important to note that both the severed and the retained lots meet the lot requirements of the zoning bylaw. So that's the consent application. The variances are required to support a number of existing structures on the Garney Court property. So the first variance is to permit a rear yard setback for the main dwelling of 7.3 meters, where 7.5 meters is required, and that might just be due to a surveying error. But we were before the committee, and we wanted to address that issue as well. That house has been there for over 30 years, and there's been no impact as a result of that. The second variance is to permit an existing deck to encroach into the required rear yard by 4.9 meters, resulting in a 2.6 meter setback from the rear lot line, whereas the bylaw permits a maximum encroachment of 3 meters, which results in a 4.5 meter setback from the rear lot line. And I think it's important to note that the deck is right around that mark in terms of its height at 0.6 meters, where this provision would then kick in. So it's relatively low to the ground. It's got two risers up, and it's been there for many, many years as well. And then the final variance before you today is to permit an accessory structure, which is one of those prefabricated metal gazebos you can buy at a store, which is sitting on the deck. And the request is to permit a maximum height of 3.3 meters, which is measured from grade, whereas the bylaw permits a maximum of 3 meters. And so at this point, I've had an opportunity to review the staff report and agree with the conclusions and the conditions. In my opinion, and that of staff, the variances meet the four tests of the Planning Act in that it does conform to the general intent of the official plan, being residential uses permitted on the subject land. There's no change in use proposed. Conforms to the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Zoning bylaw is intended to provide setbacks and guidance with respect to the provision of rear yard amenity space, and the variances being requested will allow the applicant to continue to utilize their rear yard for the deck and the gazebo structures that exist there today. In my opinion, the proposed variances are desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and it will allow for the existing house accessory structures to remain. And it's in my view also the impact on adjacent lands is minimal because it is screened by existing landscaping along the property line. And finally, it's my opinion that the proposed variances are minor in nature because they are not expected to result in any adverse impacts on adjacent landowners. I will note for the committee that the neighboring property owner that is most immediately adjacent to these properties has submitted a letter in support. I just wanted to take an opportunity as well to speak to the committee about the objection letter that was received from the owner of the land at 11 Mass Drive. So in their letter, they state their objection is in relation to the expansion of the cul-de-sac as well as the ongoing impacts due to construction in the area. So in my view, these concerns and these comments have nothing to do with the consent and variance applications before you today. There is no extension of the existing cul-de-sac proposed as a result of this application. There is some construction activity going on in relation to a new development that's under construction further north, and there are some improvements that are being completed with respect to the cul-de-sac, but they're in relation to that development to the north. The other thing is that they've mentioned that they enjoyed having a cul-de-sac. They enjoyed having, they've been there for 30 years, and they've enjoyed having that quiet end of the street. And I think it's important for the committee to note, just in the context of this discussion, that Mass Drive was actually expected to extend up to Malta Avenue. But as a result of the works with the developer to the north in the city of Brampton, there's an agreement between all parties to leave the cul-de-sac where it is with some moderate improvements to improve the safety. So while there are some inconveniences, those inconveniences are not associated with this application. They're associated with the development application to the north, and they will be short-lived because the cul-de-sac is being improved to make it safer, and it will be there in perpetuity. So those are my comments. I just wanted to indicate again that I do agree with the conditions of approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. As a matter of record, I would like to acknowledge that we do have received 2 letters, one from Neville and Rosetta Solomon at 11 Mass Drive, and a second one from Bashir and Tahira Sumro, and also Munir Ahmed is on the same letter. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Committee members, are there any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to request staff provide us an overview
Madam
of the
Chair,
report.
sorry, it's Peter.
Yes.
There are other individuals that wish to address the committee on this matter.
Okay, my apologies. All right, so we will hear from other members of the public.
So first, Rose Solomon has just joined the session. Rose, you can unmute your microphone and please address the committee.
Okay. I sent a letter because the developer wants to confiscate a part of my property at our 2 houses, and I do not want any part of my property to be taken for this purpose. I want my property to remain as is. We have lived here for over 20 years, and we are senior citizens, and we don't want any interruption with our lives at this stage. My husband has Parkinson's disease, and he's very sick, and I don't need all these stress anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A comment has been made, which perhaps I can ask the applicant to comment on. Ms. Solomon suggested that there is a piece of her land being confiscated. Could I ask the applicant to respond to that?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. So the lands that she's speaking about is in relation to another matter. It's in relation to the development that I'd mentioned previously that is ongoing to the north. There's a number of back-to-back townhouses that have been recently constructed, and they're now being occupied, and it's immediately north of the Mass Drive cul-de-sac. And as I'd mentioned, as part of the reason I know this is I was involved in that development as well. And again, it has nothing to do with the consent application before you. But in order to leave Mass Drive in its existing configuration, which is a cul-de-sac, it's been a temporary cul-de-sac for over 30 years. And it was Mass Drive was ultimately supposed to be a thoroughfare extending up to Malta Avenue. And as a result of all of the hard work of all of the landowners in this area, including the City of Brampton staff and the region, there was an agreement to leave Mass Drive as a cul-de-sac and not extend it through. But because it was built as a temporary cul-de-sac, there were a number of issues related to how it had been constructed. So there were a number of improvements that are being conducted. The cul-de-sac is being made just a little bit bigger, and they're putting proper curbs in and proper street lighting. And there was a land requirement from all of the landowners in the surrounding area. Mrs. Solomon was involved in that process. But at the end of the day, there's a piece of land that the city required for that for the cul-de-sac, but we were able to make it work without that land. So that land isn't required today. It might be at some point in the future. It has nothing to do with the consent application before you. And I just wanted to be clear about that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Peter, if there's a next.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the
Next
next speaker is Hardiel Sanga, 12 Mass Drive. You can unmute your microphone and please address the committee.
Hi, good morning. How's everybody? So my question is this, are there any plans in the future they're going to extend the Mass Drive, or it's going to stay as it is? Like we've been living for the last 30 years here. So, and plus, are they putting any plans putting a house beside that Jason's property, that vacant lot they have there? That's our main concern is. Jason taking that 4.2 meters, we got nothing to do with that. He can take it, that's no problem. So our only concern is about the Mass Drive in future is extending and the house coming in that spot.
Thank you. I believe the applicant has already indicated that there will be no change to Mass Drive, certainly in the immediate future. If the applicant could just confirm that for us.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. Mass Drive will remain as a cul-de-sac. There are 3 vacant lots at the end of Mass Drive currently today. That was the result of the temporary cul-de-sac. However, as mentioned previously, because we work with the city of Brampton to leave Mass Drive as a permanent cul-de-sac, we were able to work out how those 3 vacant lots could complete the subdivision. So these 3 lots, this is the Mass Drive property before you today is one of the 3 vacant parcels that are intended to be developed with single-family houses that are consistent with the surrounding subdivision.
Thank you. And Peter, are there any additional speakers?
Yes, there is one more.
May I?
Sukwant Ray, please address the committee.
So, my name is Kwant Rai, and I live at 8 Mast Drive. My main concern is about the Mast Drive. Is it going through, or any other problem? It's going to stay as is permanently or temporarily. That's all I concern it. But for the Jason, I have nothing to do with that. I'm happy whatever they do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I think we have heard from the applicant on a couple of occasions now that Mass Drive is going to remain in its current situation. So there seems to be no extension going to occur to Mass Drive. Are there any other?
May I address my concerns? I do not want any part of my property to be taken by the developer to build. That's his sole purpose, is to confiscate the frontage of my property because he does not have enough property to do it. And I resent that, and I do not want him to take any part of my property to do such thing. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding quite comprehensively is that there is nobody going to confiscate any of your property. We have not seen that in any of the written documentation. It doesn't appear on the drawings. The applicant has indicated that that is not the case. We still have to hear from staff. So once we hear from staff, we will request specifically that they address that item for you, so that we can make sure that you have full confidence, you are aware of what is happening to your property specifically. So thank you. Thank you for all speakers. Peter, are there any additional speakers?
There are not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the application over to the staff so that they can provide their report to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, staff have reviewed the applications and find that application A2020-0068 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances to be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the rear yard deck within 60 days of the final date of the committee's decision, or is extended at the discretion of the chief building official. And number 3, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. And that application B2020-0015 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. That the Secretary Treasurer shall have been satisfied the following conditions have been fulfilled within 1 year of the mailing date noted below. And the Secretary Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act shall be given. A Secretary certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of issuance, and B, that approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment office and the required number of prints deposited. And then if I could go to your question regarding the land kind of quote unquote confiscation that's been wondered about here today. So as the applicant has explained, this cul-de-sac was temporary. So what that means is that it's not built out to a full circle at the end right now. And in order to leave it as a cul-de-sac forever and ever, they have to build it out to that full extent so that, you know, like the garbage trucks and school buses and so on can turn around at the end. Now, typically part of that, because they have to make it much bigger than it is, the city will have to take a little bit of land from all the property owners to facilitate that road getting constructed. So I think what the applicant is referring to, or the neighbor rather is referring to, is not that the developer for this application is taking land, but rather what's happening in that case is that the city is requiring land to just finish up the street.
Thank you. See. And this matter then will occur under a different application, under a different process?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay, so just for clarification, we can confirm that the applicant and the application before us is not in any way looking to take any property from Ms. Solomon or anybody on Mass Drive. So we can confirm that. It appears that there may be something of this nature occurring in the future, but that is under a separate process and it does not affect this application. So I think we have a good clarification of that. So I would ask committee members if they have any questions or comments. Seeing none, I would request then if a member could put forward a motion.
Through the chair, at this particular time, I would like to request some additional conditions be included with this consent application, as it is a circumstance where we are merging land with another property. So I have for your consideration, first condition, subsection 53 and/or 5 of the Planning Act as amended shall apply to any subsequent conveyance or transaction involving the parcel of land that is the subject of this consent. A solicitor's undertaking shall be received indicating that the severed land and the abutting land, being Part 11 on Plan 43M 935, shall be merged for Planning Act purposes at the time of the registration of the transfer to which the Secretary-Treasurer's certificate is affixed, and an undertaking shall be received from a solicitor confirming that the legal description of the resultant lot and the legal description in any mortgages encumbering the resultant lot will be identical within 4 weeks of the date of the Secretary-Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act, or alternatively, that no part of the resultant lot is encumbered by any mortgages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. To the applicant, were you able to understand all of the additional requests and recommendations?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I guess I'm a bit surprised that these conditions are coming up at the last minute. I mean, they sound relatively standard, but I haven't had an opportunity to review them. The first condition respecting future consent being requested for a subsequent conveyance. My understanding on other matters I've been involved in is that if a condition like that is imposed, that if the landowner at 16 Garney would like to sell the property, which consists of their existing lot and the lot addition, that they will require a consent from the City of Brampton as a result of that condition. And I know that's been an issue on other matters I've been involved with in other municipalities, and I was just wondering if staff could clarify the need for that. I do appreciate the condition about ensuring that both the lands at 16 Garney as well as the added land, the lot addition, are dealt with together. I do appreciate that because the staff want to make sure that the lands that we're speaking about, the conveyed lands or the lot addition, aren't a separate conveyable piece under the Planning Act. And so I'm just wondering if staff could clarify that for me, please.
Ms. Myers, are you able to provide a clarification?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the applicant, I suspect that staff inadvertently overlooked these standard conditions for applications that involves a lot addition where property is being merged. These are standard conditions that were formulated by our legal department many years back and have always been attached to lot addition applications. The purpose is to ensure that the actual piece will not be conveyed separately, so that piece actually does merge with the adjacent property, and to ensure that there are no mortgages or encumbrances, anything that's going to prevent the conveyance of that particular piece to be merged with that property. And if staff would like to speak to that, I'm sure they're familiar with these conditions over the years.
Staff.
Could I speak, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, great. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Myers, for the explanation. So if staff is confident on the record that the conditions that they're proposing are standard conditions for this type of request. I suppose I'm okay with them. Again, I would have preferred the opportunity to have an option of reviewing these with my client's solicitor to make sure that there were no issues, because as I've mentioned, there have been issues as a result of condition worded like that in other scenarios that I've been involved in. And but if staff are advising me that these are standard conditions in all consent applications of this nature in Brampton, then I suppose I'm okay with them. I guess I have a question of clarification. If I obviously don't want to defer this, I don't want to come back because I think we've got a lot of momentum here. But if there's a need to deal with one of these conditions, would we come back to the Committee of Adjustment to deal with that?
I would put that question to the Secretary Treasurer or the staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, and for Mr. Mino. I particularly noticed that these conditions were missing just towards the end of the day yesterday. So I actually came in this morning and formulated the conditions to include as a recommendation. And I think staff, in all fairness, just overlooked these conditions, and perhaps Shelby would like to speak to that.
Madam Chair, yes, there's quite a number of kind of standard conditions of the Secretary Treasurer that apply in different scenarios. As I'm sure you have heard me read those repetitive ones over and over. So I think in this case, it was just a matter of them not getting generated into the report. But essentially what these conditions will do is they'll make sure that that piece that's getting cut off to be added to the other lot actually gets added to the other lot. And that, you know, if the owner at Garney Court sells, he's actually selling his property plus the piece he got, not just his property and leaving that piece in the middle.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Elizabeth Corzola. Are you able to hear me?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for your consideration and for the consideration of the applicant, if these conditions are entrenched in a Committee of Adjustment decision today as a result of this hearing, then the opportunity still exists should they have an opportunity to seek some advice about the language of those conditions with their solicitor to appeal that condition to the LPAT. Alternatively, they can come back with what would be required to be a brand new application. But the committee does not have any ability to amend a condition after it's rendered its decision. So it would either have to be a new application for consent and variance, or those conditions can be appealed specifically to LPAT.
Thank you. That would be a bit of an onerous process, but I believe as both Secretary Treasurer and staff have indicated, if these are standard conditions, you know, they would be standard for the past many years, certainly for the past many committee meetings. So it's certainly up to the applicant and your comfort level whether you accept the additional conditions. But I hope some clarification has been provided for you. So
through you, Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I do appreciate the comments from Ms. Myers, Ms. Corzola, and Ms. Swinfield. Sorry, but yeah. So if these are standard conditions, I think I'm supportive of moving forward with those conditions. I'm just wondering, you know, I don't mean to, you know, I'm not suggesting that staff haven't done what they needed to do. I'm just taken aback, caught by surprise with this request. So, you know, not to belabor anything, I was just wondering if Ms. Myers could repeat those conditions one more time for me before we agree to proceed, if that's okay.
Absolutely, that would be a completely reasonable request. Ms. Myers, are you able to repeat the conditions?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair. So the conditions would read, subsection 53 and/or 5 of the Planning Act as amended shall apply to any subsequent conveyance or transaction involving the parcel of land as the subject of this consent. A solicitor's undertaking shall be received indicating that the severed land and the abutting land being Lot 11 on Plan 43N935 shall be merged for Planning Act purposes at the time of the registration of the transfer to to which the Secretary Treasurer's certificate is affixed, and an undertaking shall be received from a solicitor confirming that the legal description of the resultant lot and the legal description in any mortgages encumbering the resultant lot will be identical within 4 weeks of the date of the Secretary Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act, or alternatively, that no part of the resultant lot is encumbered by any mortgages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Was each new condition understood? This is to the applicant.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I do understand the conditions to the extent that I'm not a lawyer, but I am willing to move ahead on the basis that staff are recommending that these are advising the committee and myself that these are standard conditions of the City of Brampton. And I understand there are options available to us, but in the interest of moving things forward, let's include those conditions and we'll move on.
Thank you. So you understand and accept all of the conditions put forward, including the new conditions presented at this meeting?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So,
my name is Rosetta Solomon, and may I speak? Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, you may.
Through the chair. I'm not understanding who's speaking at this point.
Rose Solomon. Rosetta Solomon. Rose Solomon. I submit the letter regarding my property.
Thank you.
I am not quite clear concerning all the issues that have been put forth and the resolution that has been set forth in your meeting, because I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand it. We have lived here for over 20 years. We pay taxes. Our title, our diagram and everything is consistent with what we have presently. Now, if part of my property is going to be taken, that will distort the entire plan of my property. And what about all those things?
So, to you, Ms. Solomon, I can assure you that there is no parcel of your property being taken. That would not be possible without your written consent, and that has not been requested. Secondly, we have confirmation that that does not appear anywhere in our documentation, and both the applicant and the city staff have confirmed that there is no change to your property whatsoever with this application. This is simply an application that your neighbor behind you is undertaking. And through the requirements of the City of Brampton, all neighbors within a certain radius must be advised of what is transpiring. So for that purpose, you were given the notice of what is happening behind you, but nothing is happening to your property.
Okay. What about my frontage that the builder wants to take because he doesn't have sufficient frontage, so he wants to take a part of my frontage to build, and I definitely don't want to give up any part of my property for that purpose. What about that? That is my concern.
So in the event that a developer is looking to make a full cul-de-sac at the end of Mass Drive, they would have to come forward with a separate application that has nothing to do with the property that's behind you. So in the event that they want to proceed with that, then they would have to come and ask you, and you would have to provide your consent in writing. Nobody can take any part of your property without your consent. And again, that is not part of this application. This is completely separate from anything that may transpire on Mass Drive.
Okay.
Okay? Perfect. All right, so we have an acceptance by the applicant of the recommendations presented in the staff report and the additional recommendations presented here in our meeting. Are there any additional speakers before us, Peter?
There are not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. No additional comments from city staff? I think we've taken. Thank you. So I would put it to the members of the committee to put forward a motion.
For you, Madam Chair, motion to approve or support staff recommendations for both B 2020-015 and A 2020-068 with the amended conditions.
Thank you, Member Power. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Marquez. I'll call you Christina. Member Marquez. All those in favor? Are there any objections? I see none. So this application is approved unanimously. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you as well. Thank you to all the speakers and the residents who appeared before us.
Calling applications B 2020-016, 772493 Canada Inc., and related minor variance application A 2020-0078 for the property located at 370 Main Street South.
Madam Chair, there are representatives from Smart Centers present, Daniel Orellana and Ginny Tran. Daniel, your microphone is unmuted, and Ginny, you are in the session, so you can please address the committee.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and members of the public. My name is Ginny Tran, and together with my colleague Daniel Orellana, we're here this morning representing the owner of the land subject to the consent and minor variance applications. These applications pertain to our commercial plaza located at 370 Main Street North, at the northeast corner of Bawden Street and Main Street in Brampton. It's also known as Kings Point Plaza, and you can see that in the diagram that's before you on the screen. We applied to rezone a portion of the land to permit a commercial self-storage facility in October 2019. That parcel of land is located on the south side of our Kings Point Plaza. If we were to scroll a little further down, you'll see that 1.5 acre parcel exactly right at the bottom there. So this proposal only impacts the south portion as identified by the building footprint there, and is currently used for surface parking and a drive-through ATM. City Council approved the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment earlier this month, and we're here today to seek the committee's approval of the related consent and minor variance applications to facilitate this development. The consent is required to create a new lot for the self-storage facility, as it will be sold to a new entity in which Smart Centers will continue to have ownership interests. While the severance will effectively create two parcels, one being the self-storage parcel, and secondly, the retained parcel being the rest of Kings Point Plaza, the site will continue to operate as one via a reciprocal access and operating agreement to allow for pedestrian and vehicular access over both parcels. There will be no change to the site's operations, and the proposed consent will have no impacts to the public, our tenants, and customers of the plaza. As for the minor variance, it is required as the self-storage development will remove surplus parking spaces currently located on the severed parcel, and these will not be included in the overall shopping center parking supply. As outlined in the parking study prepared by HDR that was submitted as part of our minor variance application, their analysis concludes that there is a significant oversupply of parking spaces in the plaza, even accounting for the removal of these spaces. For context, there are 839 existing parking spaces in the plaza, excluding those on the self-storage parcel, and the peak historical parking demand has been 473 spaces, approximately a 56% utilization. Rather than proposing additional parking spaces on the site, we are here to seek a parking variance to maintain the current supply of 839 spaces, or a ratio of 1 space per 23 square meters of gross commercial floor area. In our opinion, the proposed severance and minor variance meet the criteria and tests outlined in the Planning Act. Specifically, the variance is minor in nature and is appropriate and desirable for the neighborhood and the community. It helps facilitate the construction of an additional commercial use on otherwise vacant lands. The proposed severance and minor variance will have no impact on the operations of the shopping center and will allow us to redevelop an underutilized parcel supporting the growth and intensification objectives of the city. For these reasons, we request the committee to approve these applications. We understand that staff is supportive of our applications and have provided a series of conditions to be tied to the approval of our application. We have no objection to these conditions. However, in consultation with city staff, we have agreed to modify condition 4B under the consent application for clarity purposes. As you can see, it currently states under 4B, the potential alteration shall in no manner unduly restrict public access to the building and parking area on the severed lands. We are proposing to replace the period with a comma and to add to the end of the sentence, and shall not prevent vehicular access from a public street to the severed lands. This condition is related to the potential alteration over a portion of the lands for the purpose of a future public right-of-way. We accept this modified condition together with the rest of the conditions outlined in the staff report, and I understand the city planner will also speak to this modification in his summary. Okay, that is all for me. Thank you very much for your time and considerations of our applications.
Thank you. So I just would like to acknowledge that we do have comments from TRCA. TRCA supports conditional approval. We also have comments from the Region of Peel. They simply request that TRCA reviews the application and confirm that regional easements exist on the property. So those are just comments. In terms of any speakers, Peter, do we have any speakers for this application?
We do not, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members of the committee, are there any questions or comments at this point? Seeing none, I defer to staff to review with us their report.
Thank you, and through the chair. So staff are recommending that application A 2020-0078 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. So one, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice, and that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. And just to quickly speak on that, so the minor variance is relating to the parking reduction, and as stated by the applicant, it has been demonstrated through a parking study that an adequate supply of parking will be maintained on the site, even with the removal of the spaces from this parcel of land. So we are satisfied that those requirements will be maintained. And then moving to the consent application, so staff are recommending that application B 2020-0016 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. One, that the owner shall convey at the owner's expense a public access easement to the city for the driveway area, sidewalk, and landscaping to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Planning, Building, and Economic Development. Two, that approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment office, and that the required number of prints of the resultant deposited reference plans shall be received. Three, that arrangements satisfactory to the Region of Peel Public Works shall be made with respect to the location of existing and installation of new services and or potential required private service easements. And four, that prior to the issuance of the certificate of the Secretary Treasurer, the owner shall be required to enter into a consent agreement for the severed and retained lands, which consent agreement shall be registered on title to the lands subject to the application in priority to all other encumbrances, all to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Planning, Building, and Economic Development Services and the City Solicitor. The consent agreement shall generally include provisions, including but not limited to the following. That upon the redevelopment of the retained lands reaching a stage that the city deems to be satisfactory, the owner of the severed lands shall immediately, and at the request of the city, alter the area as shown on a registered R plan as approved by the City of Brampton to the satisfaction of the City of Brampton. These alterations may consist of a redesign or redevelopment of the surface treatment of the severed lands to improve the local transportation and open space network. B, so that is the condition that was requested to be changed. So I'll read out the updated condition. So the potential alteration shall in no manner unduly restrict public access to the building and parking area on the severed lands, and shall not prevent vehicular access from a public street to the severed lands. C, that the works shall be completed within 12 months of the date of the request of the city or within an extended period of time as approved by the Commissioner of Planning, Building, and Economic Development. And finally, in the event that the owners of the severed lands fail to complete the alteration works within the stated time frame, the city may complete the works itself and charge an additional 15% administration fee to the owners. If the owners of the severed lands fail to pay the city its costs for completing the alteration works within a reasonable time as determined by the city, it will become a debt due to the city and may be collected from the owners in any manner permitted by law, including being added to the tax roll for the owners of the severed lands and recovered in the same manner and with the same penalties as municipal taxes on real property. So that was a lot to say, but essentially these conditions are related to ensuring that these lands will continue to operate harmoniously now and both into the future. This is an area of the city that is likely to go through some urban style redevelopment as it is a gateway to the downtown. It is along a bus rapid transit line. And there's some other development interest within the area. These conditions are looking to ensure that should a proper urban redevelopment or should a proper redevelopment of the balance of the existing plaza occur, that alterations to the driveway specifically can be made to ensure that the transportation network can continue to function as the character of the neighborhood might be changing. And it's worded in such a way that it can be explored at that time, how exactly best to do it, with site planning details and whatnot. But that we have the ability to revisit it at the time that it's deemed to be appropriate, essentially. And staff are, again, in support of the alteration to condition 4B as suggested by the applicant.
Mr. Watchorn. Thank you. So to the applicant, staff having reread the conditions and agreeing with the change to item 4B, do you agree to the recommendations put forward?
And through you, Madam Chair, if I may, I have one condition I would like to see incorporated as well, and that being a Secretary Treasurer's certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of the issuance of the Secretary Treasurer's certificate. And this is a fee that we collect in accordance with the tariff of fees bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. So to the applicant, do you agree and accept the conditions put forward, including the change to 4B and the additional recommendation put forward by the Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not have any issues with modified condition 4B or the additional condition as outlined by the Secretary Treasurer.
Okay, thank you. So I just would need you to agree or not agree.
We agree. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so are there any questions or comments by committee members? Seeing none, I would request a motion be put forward. Member Culp?
Yeah, motion to proceed with the staff's recommendations and any alterations that have been made from here forward. So to support this application.
Thank you. And I see a seconder and Member Power. So I will ask all those in favor of approving application B 2020-0016. I see we have full approval. Are there any objections? I see none. So this application has been approved.
Calling application B 2020-0017, Rogers Communication Inc., and the property is located at 8200 Dixie Road.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Madam Chair, there is an authorized agent from Weston Consulting, Martin. Martin, you are in the session. You can unmute your microphone and please address the committee.
Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thank you. Hello, members of the committee, Madam Chair. My name is Martin Fontacombe, and I'm here with my colleague Darren Coleman from Weston Consulting. We're here to present a request for easement on the applicant property known as 8200 Dixie Road. My colleague Darren will be providing a presentation if the committee seeks to have more information. Thank you.
Sorry, Martin. Can you repeat who's Dan? I just need to bring them into the session.
Sorry, it's Darren Cohen, the planner with Wesley Consulting.
Okay, so Darren, I've brought you into the meeting, but your microphone is not active at this time. So you're going to have to activate your microphone.
He's actually here with me at my desk, so he can provide the presentation through my connection.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thank you very much. My name is Darren Cohen. I'm a planner here at Weston Consulting. On behalf of Rogers Communication for the application B-2020-0017. The purpose of the application is to request an easement for a stormwater pipe and outfall in favor of the neighboring property at 45 West Drive. A previous consent application severed the Rogers property to create an additional lot known as 45 West Drive. And that was part of, in order to create or facilitate the development of a food processing and distribution facility on that site at 45 West Drive. And included in the design for that facility was the stormwater pipe that will travel under a shared driveway. And that shared driveway is owned by the Rogers land. And it would travel into the Credit Valley Conservation Lands. And so the easement for stormwater pipe and outfall will be in favor of 45 West Drive. And I would just note that all of these interested parties have approved the design and location of the stormwater pipe, including city staff from the region of Peel, and both property owners. An agreement was signed between both property owners for the stormwater pipe. However, that agreement was not in perpetuity, which is the purpose of our application today. And in addition, the TRCA has indicated that they have no objections to the location and design of the stormwater pipe as it relates to the application. And so that's just a bit of background by way of requesting that the easement be granted.
Comments from Region of Peel, but their only comment is a request that TRCA reviews the application. So there are no specific recommendations. To you, Peter, are there any speakers waiting to speak on this?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would like to turn this over to the staff to review, to walk us through their report, please.
Madam Chair, I'll be presenting on behalf of Stephen Dykstra today. So staff have reviewed the application B-2020-0017 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the Secretary Treasurer shall have been satisfied that the following conditions have been fulfilled within 1 year of the mailing date noted below, and the Secretary Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act shall be given. A Secretary Treasurer's certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of the issuance of the Secretary Treasurer's certificate. And B, that the approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment Office, and the required number of prints of the resultant deposited reference plan shall be received. And any other conditions that the Secretary Treasurer may have for us in regard to this type of application.
Through the
Ms.
chair.
Myers?
Through the chair, I can confirm I have no additional conditions for this particular application.
Thank you. So to the applicant, I would ask if you understand and agree with the recommendations put forward for this application by the city.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Members of the committee, any questions or comments, or if there are none, if somebody would like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, motion to proceed with staff recommendations.
Thank you for the motion, Member Power. Are there any seconders? Member Culp has seconded this.
Yep, thank you.
All in agreement? We have full agreement. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this application has been approved.
Calling applications B19-017 and A19-121, Manoj Kapil. The property is located at 67 Main Street South.
Thank you. So Peter, do we have the applicant present with us?
Madam Chair, we do. So there are a number of persons that wish to speak to this item. So the list that I have at this point will start with the property owner, Manoj Kapil, the authorized agent, Martin from Weston Consulting, the former authorized agent, Dave Kapil. We do have Peter Kuntz from Kuntz Forestry, and we have, and then we have Paul Snape, a land use planner consulted by Chris and Tony Hellick, and then Heather Pickin, who's representing Chris and Tony Hellick, and then followed by Chris and Tony Hellick, and then a number of residents. So I won't go through listing all the other residents, some of which are on the session, some of which who have not joined the session. But first we'll start with the applicant, Manoj, Martin, and Dave, if they wish to address the committee.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. It's Martin Hartholm here from Weston Consulting. I don't believe the owners of the property wish to speak this morning. They're just here monitoring the events of the application. But if it's okay with the committee, I can start my presentation for these applications, and can following that start with questions and walk through the merits of the application.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
hello, members of the committee. Madam Chair, my name is Martin Hartholm. I'm an associate with Weston Consulting, and I'm also a professional land use planner. I'm here on behalf of Manoj Kapil, who is the owner of 67 Main Street South. And as mentioned by Mr. Fay, we are joined by our arborist, Peter Kuntz of Kuntz Forestry. As the owner, Mr. Kapil has submitted minor variance application number A19-121, as well as consent application B19/017 to facilitate the severance of his property to create an additional lot. The retained lot, as shown on the sketch on the screen, will front onto Main Street and will preserve the existing heritage home and will meet all applicable zoning requirements. The severed new lot on the left hand of the sketch in the darker hatching is to facilitate the development of a new single detached dwelling. This lot will meet all applicable zoning requirements except for the zoning requirement of front yard width as well as rear yard setback. So as part of application A19-121, the applicant is seeking two variances to the bylaw. The first being a front lot width of 5.48 meters, whereas the bylaw requires 23. And the second being a rear yard setback of 7.84 meters, whereas the bylaw requires 19.86. Now, I'll go through a bit of some of the rationale and technicalities of the property in terms of why the variances are being requested the way they have. The front yard lot width is, as mentioned, 5.48 meters, but this is the result of how the bylaw calculates lot frontage. This has been explained in staff's planning report that was submitted in support of our applications. It's noted as the nearest point of the lot, and in this case of that severed portion of the property, it is the 5.5 meter driveway from Elizabeth Street. Now you can see that the majority of the lot is not 5.4 meters and exceeds the requirement of 23. The actual approximate frontage, or rather width, of the majority of the property is nearly 40 meters, which is almost double the requirement of the zoning bylaw. The second variance to address the rear yard is to accommodate the proposed building envelope for the severed portion. You can see on this sketch that white square within the severed portion is the proposed building envelope of the dwelling, of the future dwelling. And as part of that proposal, we are seeking a rear yard of 7.84 meters. Now, I do understand and appreciate that there are several lots in this neighborhood that have significant rear yards, but I would also note that there are two different contexts that this community enjoys. One being the Main Street frontage, which is where the lots are generally much larger, and then those on Elizabeth Street, which are tend to have smaller lots with much shorter rear yards than 19 meters. Now, before I continue on to my analysis of the variances, I wanted just to raise a couple, or at least address a couple issues that have been prevailing with this application, which has been ongoing at the committee for a while. And the first one that I wanted to discuss was tree preservation. This has been, I believe, one of the more primary contentious items that have been raised by both city staff as well as the public. I noted that our arborist is here who can provide additional comments if required. But I wanted just to raise a couple issues that we have tried to rectify since our last hearing in August. We've since retained a new arborist that is on the line with us here, and they will be providing a bit more information. But some of the recommendations that were provided in our previous report have changed. What we're looking at now is the removal of 5 private trees that were solely on 67 Main Street, and there will be no removal or impacting of neighboring trees that are off this property. Excuse me, guys, I apologize. I've got a couple of notifications here that won't turn off. I apologize. So the 5 trees that I've mentioned they're listed on the tree preservation plan as trees numbers 940, 911, 939, 401, and 402. These are also listed in the submitted arborist report and analyzed in detail. The first 2, 911 and 940, are proposed to be removed given their health and their condition, and just to ensure that there's no damage to the existing property or neighboring lands. The last 3 trees that are proposed to be removed are small stature trees that would be impacted by the proposed building envelope. These are trees that would have to be removed to allow for the construction of the future dwelling. Now, the second issue I had to walk through is this issue of precedence in the neighborhood, and that allowing a severance of this type or allowing for a technical frontage of 5.5 meters would cause a precedent in the neighborhood and to allow for the creation of similar type lots. I've done my research and looked at all the lots in the Main Street South Heritage District, and only found 3 lots that have a similar configuration with frontage on both Main Street and Elizabeth. One of these 3 obviously being 67 Main Street. The other that I found is 63 Main Street, and this has 2 heritage structures on it. And the way the lot is constructed with the 2 structures, it would be nearly, or rather very difficult to allow for severance to have a second lot from Elizabeth Street, given that the garage, which is also deemed heritage, is in the way. So it would be very difficult for a developer or the landowner to come in and sever that property. But I will contend and agree that 73 Main Street does have a similar composition and lot configuration, and that particular owner, if they so choose, could similarly sever their lot, which also has a private drive to Elizabeth Street with additional access from Main. So again, of all the lots in this historical district, there are only potentially 1 that I have found that could be severed much like this. And given the contextual area in terms of the heritage importance, severances are looked at with scrutiny, and it's my opinion that an applicant who would come in for 5.5 meters would not be supported if they did not have a driveway much like what we're showing here on ours. Now, I've gone through the 4 tests of the minor variance, and I've also reviewed planning staff report in terms of how they assessed our applications, and I agree with the way they've contextualize our application in terms of how, 1, it meets the general intent of the official plan, the general intent of the zoning bylaw, is it a desirable and appropriate development of the land, as well as it's minor in nature. Now, the intent of the official plan and secondary plan in this case. These lands are low density residential, and that is proposed not to change. The proposed structure will be consistent with other homes that are in the neighborhood, and ideally will blend in with the surrounding historical context of the additional homes that are nearby. And the official plan provides guidance on how we provide compatibility with these types of structures and these types of developments in these types of communities. And it's my opinion that it meets the general intent of the official plan. Regarding the zoning bylaw and general intent, the zoning bylaw is intended to regulate patterns of development, and this particular neighborhood doesn't have a particular consistent pattern of development in terms of the way lots have been severed off in the past on both Elizabeth and Main Street, and allowing for severance of this type would meet the similar patterns that have been created in the past. Again, I mentioned about the frontage and how that is a technical item that responds to the driveway from Elizabeth Street, and that could not be replicated on no more than one or two or other lots. And in terms of the rear yard, I do contend that this neighborhood does afford majority of lots with significant rear yards, but there are others on the Elizabeth side, much like this particular severed portion of the lands, that do have much smaller rear yards that are as low as 7.5 to 20 meters, and their proposal of 7.8 is consistent with that. Now, moving on to whether this is desirable and appropriate for the property, I would like to raise that the city has an ongoing heritage study for Main Street South that is currently on pause. And in reviewing this material, I do note that this study is not approved and is still in draft, but the city did provide criteria for the potential of severing off lots in this neighborhood. And the study does provide 4 criteria, which I'll read to the committee now: that the newly created lot can be accessed from both a public right-of-way other than Main Street, the retained lot conserves the original access from Main Street, the site both residences on both lots in a way that's compatible with existing building siting, and all standards and requirements of policy and legislation have been met to city's satisfaction. Now, I would contend that the application meets all those requirements in terms of how some lands in the historical Main Street South neighborhood could potentially severed for future use. Now, I'll go into the last criteria here for whether this application is minor in nature. Now, again, the frontage of the severed lots is much less than the requirement of the zoning bylaw, and that is something I cannot deny. But again, the intent of this variance is to recognize the way the bylaw calculates lot frontage, in that it's the narrowest point of the property. And again, this is reflective of the driveway up to Elizabeth Street. The majority of the property well exceeds the requirement of the zoning in terms of the 23-meter lot frontage. Now, on the issue of tree preservation, I've noted that we are proposing to remove 5 trees, 2 of which are to be removed because of their health, while the other to be removed to address the proposed building footprint of the new dwelling. Now, I've spoken with my clients, and although we would like to preserve the proposed building envelope, which we think is consistent with the other homes and lots in the neighborhood, if it's the wish of this committee to preserve those trees to ensure that screening between this future home and neighboring yards is maintained to their fullest, we would be prepared to move in that western line of the proposed lot area, the building footprint, to accommodate the preservation of those trees. And through discussions with our arborist, this would require that west line to move inward approximately 3.5 meters. So that would decrease the proposed building footprint, and increase the amount of landscaping and the preservation of all healthy trees on site. And I've thought of language or wording that could be included with this approval, should the committee see fit, to ensure that the proposed building envelope is reduced to allow for the preservation of those trees. Now, should the committee approve this application, this would be one step of a few more that the applicant and owners would have to go through. We would be required to undertake site plan approval, as well as seek approval from the Heritage Committee, and go through building permits. So there's a lot more, call it belt and suspenders, that the applicant would have to go through to ensure that the lot can be developed to city standard, as well as to fit the historical context of the neighborhood. And it's my opinion that there's a way to do this sensitively. I do appreciate that there are several neighbors here who disagree. But I contend that through the efforts of our consulting team and working with staff closely, we can come to a point or design here where the building is set back, is screened from both Main Street and Elizabeth, and with additional landscaping, which would be a requirement of site plan approval, we could better screen the proposed dwelling from neighboring lands to ensure that we can mitigate potential overlook conditions and privacy. And last, I've read the conditions of approval by planning staff and other agencies. I've consulted with the owners, and we believe that they're fair and adequate, and we have no issues in terms of what's been provided, and we support the recommendations that have been provided by staff. With that said, I ask that the committee approve applications A19-121 as well as B19-017 based on the planning merits of the application and meeting the four tests of the Planning Act, of Section 45 of the Planning Act. Thank you.
Several speakers that we will be listening to. I would like to just reiterate what we discussed at our last meeting. This is the third time this application is before this committee, so we have heard a lot of information. We have reviewed all of the information. We have reviewed the site again, and we request that we limit comments to new information. But before we present speakers, I just want to put on the record that we have, I believe now it's 21 letters that we have received. For appropriate process, I would ask the Secretary Treasurer, should I read through each correspondence, the names and addresses of those who submitted those letters?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be appropriate to acknowledge in a public forum the correspondence received for this hearing date of September 29th.
Okay, thank you. So I will go through each letter at this time. We have a letter from Jamie Hellick. We have an address at the bottom. It actually says J. Richards, 18 Alderway Avenue. I have a second one here. Miklos Benner and Laura McRae Benner. I don't have an address on here. I have Glenn and Helen Corner. They live at 83 Elizabeth Street. We have Nick and Jennifer Sansalone at 76 Elizabeth Street South. We have a letter from Jean-Marie Love, 1 Belvedere Court. We have Deborah Kenny, 25 Main Street North. We have Wendy and Dave Goodridge, 123 Elizabeth Street South. We have Cindy Meisner, 6 Elizabeth and 84A Elizabeth. On the same correspondence, we have Lori Graham, 84A Elizabeth. Also same correspondence, Jean McLaughlin, 64 Elizabeth. We have a letter from the applicant, Manoj Kapil. Letter received from Ramona Ryal and Stephen Brown, 69 Elizabeth Street South. Alan and Carol McClelland, 66 Elizabeth Street South. Betty Lee, 65 Main Street South. John Tregonia and Sandy Hawkinson and Maria Tregonia, 44 Panorama Crescent. Russ and Connie Rodding, 22 Frederick Street, my apologies. Claudio Texera, 70 Elizabeth Street South. Christine and Tony Hellick. There's an address somewhere, but this is a long correspondence. 71 Main Street South. I have another one from Chris Hellick, 71 Main Street South. A submission by Paul Snape. I don't have an address. Correspondence from Lawrence's lawyers, from Heather Picken. Letter from Bob Crouch, 7736 Churchville Road. And we received correspondence late yesterday from Jackie McNair. I believe I have identified all correspondence within our possession. So to you, Peter, again, with an understanding to all the speakers that we've had a lot of information presented to us over the course of the previous two hearings, that we please remain brief and consistent and with new information. That being said, I turn this over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next speaker then is Paul Snape, Land Use Planner, consulted by Chris and Tony Hellick, to be followed by Heather Picken, Lawrence Stevenson LLP, representing Chris and Tony Hellick, and then to be followed by Chris and Tony Hellick, and then I will identify further speakers as we finish these three.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snape, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Yes, my name is Paul Snape, and there is no address on my submission. I was obtained essentially as a planner to look at this, so it's not an area resident directly affected by this. And I'm a planner of some 30 years experience, and I don't know if some of you know, I was also the Director of Planning and Development section at the City of Brampton for a number of years. You've asked that keep only new information. Maybe I should just stop. Can everybody hear me clearly? I don't want to ramble on if nobody can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so you've asked that there'd be no new information, but from what I've viewed and looked at, the first mention I've heard of was today by the applicant was that there is the Heritage Conservation District study, and to me that is an essential component of the analysis of this application. And another aspect which is I think is really important to look at is this is a severance application first and foremost, and then a minor variance if it is determined that a lot should actually go there. And to evaluate a severance application, it's the sections in the Planning Act, the criteria under 5124 that are to be reviewed. And these are not reviewed through the 4 tests. It's only the variances are assessed on the basis of the 4 tests. So my submission is going to be in the way that this should be presented as looking at whether a lot should be there in the first place and go through the essential Planning Act criteria to see if it meets these criteria or not. And in my submission and my written submission as well, my opinion is they do not meet the criteria, and that therefore the application should be refused. And I will be explaining that in detail now, but I will try to be brief. I've reviewed a number of the documents. I've seen the application. I first was presented this a few weeks ago, and I visited the property, the 71, not the subject property, but the neighboring property to the south, 71 Main Street, property of Chris and Tony Hellick. And I was struck by the openness and the park-like setting of the area. That's the first time I've actually walked through some of these Main Street South properties. And what really made an impact is where the new lot would go, and then what, if there was a house to be constructed there, I could see that it would be quite visible. In my opinion, it would have such an impact. So I have went through the planning reports in the Planning Act and formed an opinion, which I'm going to present now. And specifically, the main reasons of why I do not support this application is, number one, it's premature, and number two, there is a real impact. So, according to evaluate a severance, looking at section 5124 of the Planning Act, and that lays out a number of criteria, and any failure to meet these criteria would mean that the application or severance is not supportable. And the first one, there are several, there are many criteria, but I'm just going to go to the ones where I find that this application does not meet. And the first one is 5124B, and that's whether the proposal is premature or within the public interest. Now, as we've just heard now through the applicant's planner, because I did not see any mention in the staff reports, there is an ongoing Heritage Conservation District study. And the purpose of that study is to evaluate and identify the character of this heritage area in Brampton. It's called the Main Street South Study, and it includes properties on the west side and east side of Main Street, but in particular, it includes this area where the subject property is located as a certain area within the study, and identifies its character, and then looks to seek to see how it can be preserved and any other additional measures that would be put in place. And one of those, as we're mentioned, would there be any severance potential? And I will go through that a bit later. The other aspect that the study, well, essentially, in my opinion, this being premature, is that when you're looking at a proposal, a committee of adjustment proposal that is to be made before there's a conclusion on the study, that is certainly this could be considered premature because of that. In terms of planning, you want to look at a comprehensive and reasonable planning approach, dealing with a broad range of aspects and things to consider, and any a decision made independent of that or ahead of that would certainly be premature. The other aspect is whether or not this is within the public interest. Now, we have a lot of people and public here that have shown that they are not interested in this and they are against it. But I think the public interest aspect is also the greater public interest that's at question, or the broader public interest. And in my opinion, people would lose faith in the planning process if there is a comprehensive study going on, and then there is a decision made that could affect the outcome of that study ahead of that study. It's the proper planning to go through the process of assessing all the information that is available and going through a comprehensive planning process, and not jump ahead in haste with a decision that may alter and set an unfortunate precedent and affect the outcome of the study. So in my opinion, this severance application to create the lot in the first place does not meet the test of whether the proposal is premature or within the public interest. The other, and I hope the committee has a briefing note that I've attached as part of my correspondence. And to me, this is an illustration of really this aspect of the idea of the study ongoing and concerns that were raised. And in fact, I found this briefing note sort of connecting certain planning committee meetings together. And this is a public document, and it's a briefing note from staff to the Heritage Committee of April 16th, 2019. And at that time, Staff says in the briefing note that council actually has a concern about potential severances in Main Street. And they were even to go as far as wanting to know if the opinion of staff of whether they should enact an interim control bylaw to prevent any further severances. And really the gist of this note is that staff said, we're aware of your concern, but don't worry, we've got a study ongoing. The Heritage Conservation District study is ongoing, and it'll be finished in the third quarter of 2019. And they also tell council, and this is addressed to council, but through the Heritage Board Committee, they also said staff also has the ability to recommend refusal of any severance application that comes in. So this is the first severance application, this one at 67 Main Street, that has come in after this concern, and fortunately staff is recommending approval. And I can't find anything. The applicant's planner says that the study is in pause, but there isn't anything official to say that the study is abandoned in any way. And so it appears it still has status. It still should be completed. And in my opinion, it's the proper process to go through to deal with all the scenarios, potential scenarios, all other criteria that may be put in place to have a heritage district approved and through the proper process and approved by council before there is a decision made that would jump ahead of that process and potentially damage the heritage district that the study so much wants to conserve. Yeah. So moving to section 5124, the other criteria that it is my opinion that this proposed severance for the lot does meet is whether the plan conform with the plan, meaning the proposal to create a lot, conforms to the official plan and to any adjacent plans of subdivisions. Now, the official plan and many of the policies laid out in the official plan are provided in the staff report, and there are the implementation general criteria for evaluating severances in the implementation section of the official plan, and these are essentially criteria that look to see that if a lot is created, is it going to be functionable? Will it be serviceable? There are also policies, but I don't think, in reviewing those, none of them are conclusive as to whether there should be a lot here on this, a new lot created in this case or not. Some other policies relate to downtown Brampton, including this area as a unique area and a unique community. And it has stronger wording about the unique cultural, historical, natural, and landscape qualities that are valued, and their conservation forms an important part of the city structure and contributes to a sense of place and identity. These are perhaps more stronger in policies, say that these areas should be preserved as it is. And there's also the policy within the downtown secondary plan that talks about discouraging any severances. And this is, in terms of policy, is somewhat vague and weak. As the staff report points out, it doesn't actually say you can't have severances, it just says discourage. So here's another reason why new policies should be put in place that are much more clear and effective. So in my opinion, there really isn't anything that's conclusive to say that this lot should be created here in the official plan. But more importantly, the aspect of whether or not this proposed lot conforms with adjacent plans of subdivision. Now, this is treated as a subdivision of land, creating a lot, and adjacent plans of subdivision are the lots within which it will be located, meaning the lots that it's around. And and having visited the site, the thing that is really not made clear as far as some of the evaluations is that to me, there is going to be a real impact if this lot is created. And I talk about in my in my note to the committee about there's a common arrangements of lots and location of houses on lots where their houses are more or less aligned beside each other. They have shared impacts in their side yard. And then as you go to the rear yard, those are amenity space which become more private and should be maintained that way in a proper orderly development. And here, and having visited the neighboring lot to the south, if you put a house right in the rear yard of 67 Main Street, there's no hiding it. It'll be clear and visible, especially at 2 stories in height, to 71 Main Street and the property to the north. This is a clear impact. And the other thing that the draft heritage study is looking at is potential severances, as the planner had raised. And those are severances that are to be potentially, because they have these lots on Main Street, have access to Elizabeth Street. But just because a lot has access to Elizabeth Street doesn't mean that the impact of a new lot created in a manner that is proposed here is going to have any less impact than any other lots. In fact, I think a new lot created here is going to set a dangerous precedent, because now it'll render the adjoining rear yards less private, and may have those people considering they could apply for a similar severance, or I don't know, in absence of a long-term study or a proper review of everything. Those questions are raised now with this application. You did, Madam Chair, say at the beginning that I shouldn't go through the staff report unless staff has an opportunity to present it. I would like the staff to make it clear. I assume it's the most recent report that identifies this meeting. And I admit I had made an error in my submission. I said the June 12th staff report, but that was when the application was submitted. And I see that there's different staff reports depending on the date they're going. But they don't say supplementary staff reports. They don't. The last staff report didn't talk about the previous staff report. And after staff presented, I want to ask some questions about the conditions, because some are changed from the previous staff report and they're not explained otherwise. So I want to be able to have an opportunity to speak to that, if I may. But in general, I've if I may have a comment on what I have seen as a planner here in this situation. It appears that there's a lot of people are involved. There's a lot of personalities involved, and people are becoming very concerned, and tempers are probably rising. But in the end, I think, people will come and go. But the real thing at risk here is Brampton itself. And this is perhaps Brampton's most important heritage district. And I think it deserves, or in my opinion, it does deserve a proper and fulsome planning analysis and study through the Heritage Conservation District review that would ultimately go to council, where a decision would be made about clear policies to be put in place, an understanding of clear impacts on neighboring lands, and maintaining its park-like setting, which is very important to at Brampton. It's not just the main street itself, it's the whole area as itself. I mean, not just Main Street in terms of its views. So in my opinion, there is no need to talk about the minorness of the variances requested, because in the first place, I do not think a lot should go there. So in summary, Madam Chair, I don't support these applications for the reasons I've provided, and I think the application should be refused, both applications. And thank you for your time, and I'd be willing to answer any questions. Thank you, ma'am.
To committee members, are there any questions before we go to the next speaker? Seeing none, I think, Peter, we're ready for the next speaker.
So the next speaker is Heather Picken. Heather, you're in the session. You can unmute your mic and please address the committee.
Good morning, Ms. Picken. Do we have a connection?
Heather, your microphone is on. We just can't hear you at the moment.
We're having technical difficulty.
We are, Madam Chair. So Heather's microphone is active. It's on at the moment, but we're not picking up any sound at this point. Just bear with us a moment, please.
Absolutely.
So Heather, we do still see your microphone active. It's not muted, it is on, but we're still not picking up any sound at the moment.
Should we perhaps go to the next speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can. It is Chris and Tony Hellick, and then we'll try to resolve Heather's microphone connection, because her microphone is active. It's just there's no sound coming out at this point.
Okay.
So Chris, you are in the session. You can unmute your microphone.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to go before Heather. Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to respectfully request a slight time extension so that I can address the second peer review. I will try and be quick.
We don't want to be quick. We just want to be succinct.
Thank you. I'd like to do that for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
When the residents want to do something on their property which would affect other neighbors, it's really good planning etiquette that they speak to their neighbors first. The members of the Committee of Adjustment might remember that at the July 2019 meeting, the applicant turned his back on the committee to address, and I quote, "to my beautiful neighbors, if I was you, I'd be freaking out as well," close quote. He then asked for all the neighbors' phone numbers so he could address their concerns. The neighbors were freaking out. These applications were brought forward during the summer holiday with no prior warning from the applicant. We had a few days to present our opposition. The applicant did not care enough to knock on one door, call, or email even one neighbor to address their concerns. He did not care enough to attend the Heritage Committee meeting or stay on the September Committee of Adjustment meeting long enough to grant a site visit. The neighbors do, however, care. They care about the heritage and ecological implications. They care about the huge impact on their privacy, the effect of shading, drainage, and emergency access, snow removal, intensification of easements, and something as basic as where will they put their garbage. They care about their fellow neighbors and the neighborhood, as evidenced by dozens of statements of opposition, and again, not one in favor. The section in the staff report titled "Desirable for the Appropriate Development of the Land" fails to note any example of how this in fact is desirable. It is certainly not desirable or appropriate for the abutting neighbors, the Brampton Heritage Board, or for the neighborhood. Staff has only described why it is desirable for the applicant. As you, the chair, had asked to hear more about heritage, I'd like to remind the committee that the Heritage Board gave these applications careful, informed consideration, and after over an hour of discussion, voted to not support them. Their motion remains on file, yet no mention was made in the city's heritage position. Why are they continuing to hide this fact? The existing streetscape of the area cannot be maintained, as the city recommends, if you put a house in front of a historic garden. The heritage value of the land, and not just the house, are both included in the bylaw 17686, designating 67 Main Street South as a heritage property, regardless of any outcome of a yet to be completed HDC. The official plan states that, and I quote, "A heritage impact assessment may also be required for any proposed alteration work or development activities involving or adjacent to heritage resources, to ensure that there will be no adverse impacts caused to the resources and their heritage attributes. Mitigation measures shall be imposed as a condition of approval of such applications. Well, you can't mitigate a severance other than by outright opposing it. The peer review indicates that there remains the very real possibility that the protected laneway cannot tolerate a construction project of this nature, let alone maintain its heritage characteristics. This house will require water, sewage, gas, etc. There was no acknowledgement of that in the applicant's arborist report. Those services require underground trenching. How can this protected heritage laneway and the root base beneath it possibly be preserved? Well, some mitigation measures for the trees along that laneway were suggested. They gave no supporting evidence of its viability. Had it previously worked? If it was evidence-based, this should have been easy to supply. The planning department requested a deferral to address the expert peer review. In view of the serious impactful omissions and inconsistencies with the reports submitted by the applicant, this was a very sensible thing for the planning department to advocate for. Why then has the city not acknowledged any of the deficiencies pointed out by a second peer review pertaining to the applicant's latest arborist report? The planning department knew a second peer review was coming. Was it even read? A previous arborist report contained a disturbing chart, 16 of the neighbors' trees at risk of injury. The Kuntz report indicates that risks remain to the neighboring trees, which are protected under the city's tree preservation bylaw and the Forestry Act. 7 trees have been tagged for injury in our yard alone. By enlarging the site map, one can clearly see the blue dissecting marks indicating where the root base of the neighbor's trees spread into the building envelope. A glaring example of certain risk is for the shared tree, which will need to be trimmed by 30%. This constitutes tree injury. The planning department, who retains a landscape architect, has failed to acknowledge ANSI A300 pruning standards, where, and I quote, not more than 25% of the foliage should be removed within an annual growing season. The percentage and distribution of foliage, I can't say that, to be removed shall be adjusted according to the plant species, age, health, and site. This is an impartial, evidence-based national standard. This mature tree, pruned on one side and not distributed through the tree, will also be subjected to root zone issues from above and below, as it is the entryway of the construction zone. Those injuries would be a death sentence for that shared tree. After reviewing the report, Dugan and Associates came to several conclusions. They were not satisfied that the existing mature trees on the neighbors' properties will be sufficiently protected from impacts. The Brampton's tree protection guidelines are not being followed, as the Kuntz report clearly states that 9 trees will be encroached upon by the development, and our 100-year-old black walnut was improperly measured in the report, actually making this a total of 10 trees. Written permission is required under both the city bylaw and the Forestry Act for injury or removal of boundary trees. This permission has not been provided. There are not enough assurances that the tree hoarding will be properly installed and maintained during construction, and at this time, only the building envelope limits were provided. And our arborist stated, quote, we haven't seen servicing, grading, architectural, or landscape plans. These plans, particularly grading and servicing, have the potential to have additional impacts on trees, such as if trenching is required for servicing or if water infiltration or drainage on the property is altered. Each submission submitted by the applicant varied greatly in the number of trees, placement, size, condition, and ownership. The peer review became necessary. It was clear this project cannot go forward without damage to neighboring trees and/or properties. While necessary, the arborist reports have caused us to lose focus on the true issue here. Should there even be a severance? If there is no severance, any failings of the applicant's submissions pointed out by the expert peer review of the arborist report are truly a moot point. So at the heart of the matter, is this a minor variance? You can ignore the physical size of the proposed house. How is it that the city states, quote, consistent with the general size and location of other residential dwellings in the area, close quote. Our home on Main Street is 3,912 square feet. It seems huge, yet it is dwarfed by the building envelope represented on the site map. The severed lot would back onto a property with a 108-year-old house of approximately 1,000 square feet. That home and the one beside it appear minuscule when comparing it to the applicant's building envelope. In terms of the location, the front of this house will face a backyard, not a street. How is that consistent with other dwellings? There is no other lot on historic Main Street South that has been severed to accommodate a house behind it. Only one other house has access to Main and Elizabeth, and it's not asking for a severance. One other property has access to both streets, but it's not a house. It's a condominium, a whole other planning act. The city describes the property as having a small existing laneway style access. How can this possibly be considered frontage? This is not a bylaw for effective building area as stated, but frontage. How can this be considered minor? I don't want to be glib here, but if I handed you my apple and said that you could take a small bite and you proceeded to eat 76% of this apple, would that be reasonable? This is exactly the percentage criteria of frontage the property fails to meet. It is not reasonable and it is not minor. The exception you would be granting is not minor. Again, not minor for a heritage property, not minor to the Heritage Board, not minor to the neighbors or the neighborhood. And my final comment. I've lived in Brampton for 57 years. 71 Main Street South is not just my address, but my home. This neighborhood has had a huge impact on my entire life. For years, I marched down Main Street as a majorette. My first grown-up movie was Jaws at the Main Street Theater. We are founding benefactors of the Rose Theater. My brother was married at the church across from City Hall, and my parents' funerals were held within walking distance. I see these applications as having far-reaching precedent implications, potentially devastating for this beautiful centerpiece of Brampton. They would dramatically and forever alter the character of our own backyard and our enjoyment of it. The likely damage to our landscape, which we have lovingly cultivated, would be devastating. There would be significant visual impact if this lot were created and a house constructed. There would be a complete lack of privacy for us and our grandchildren. We spend considerable time in our yard. It's our sanctuary. These impacts are real and they're substantial, not just perceived, and they cannot be mitigated. Aside from our personal reasons to want these applications turned down, there are many valid ecological, planning, and legal reasons why they should be refused, each equally significant. I respectfully ask that you, the Committee of Adjustment, do just that, refuse them. Once again, thank you so much for your time.
So, Madam Chair, it's Peter. We're just going to confirm if Heather's can connect. Otherwise, I think I have her on the phone. So, Heather, I'm going to unmute your phone, Mike. And Heather, can you confirm?
Hi, Peter.
Okay. So
Peter,
please
can
go
you
ahead
hear
and-
me?
We can. Please go ahead and address the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, and I apologize for that technical problem. Not sure what happened, but thank you for your indulgence in helping me out and letting me go now. I am the lawyer representing Tony and Chris Halleck. You've just heard from Chris, who has pleaded once again for committee to see the very real personal impact that these applications have on her and her family and on her neighbors. You will hear from a large number of neighbors who have concerns about how a potential decision to grant these applications would be a precedent-setting death knell for the preservation of the heritage gateway to the city's historic downtown area. You've heard or received A new report from our client's arborist, who remains gravely concerned about the applications and what they would do to the neighborhood trees that have grown for decades in this area. She points out that boundary trees require consent from the neighbors before anything can be done to them. And since that consent is not going to be granted, she concludes that the applications can't proceed under the city's tree preservation bylaw and the Forestry Act. The applicant's arborist, both the prior one and now the brand new one, have failed to state this important threshold consideration. You've been made aware that the City Heritage Board Committee is not in support of these applications, and in fact passed a motion recommending to the Committee of Adjustment to refuse both of them. You've even heard today from Mr. Paul Snape, a well-respected land use planner with 30 years of experience, 20 years of which was spent working for our own City of Brampton, rising to be the city's Director of Development Services. The concerns raised by all of these parties have been consistent that these applications are not supportable and should be refused. I wanted to take just a little bit of time just to emphasize what Mr. Snape has said. We must deal with the severance consent application first. He has explained that if the Planning Act criteria is not met by the application, then the consent to sever the property can't be granted. And he very articulately went through the various provisions without even getting into the minor variance 4 test, and I agree with him. He concludes that the application is premature since the property is located in an area of the city that is subject to a Heritage Conservation District study, which study is ongoing and is not finished. He concludes that this application would, in his opinion, jeopardize the study, create undue pressure for more and similar severances, and in so doing, change the character of the area that is sought to be preserved. And I heard the applicant's planner speak to a section that did contemplate the possibility of severances. But again, they spoke to severances at the corner lots, and it is a proposal that has not been studied and analyzed yet, and it needs a fulsome view of the whole area before we can start dealing with them on a piecemeal basis. He points out that the Planning Act requires in Section 5124C that the proposed severance must conform to the official plan and adjacent plans of subdivision, and he walked us through the applicable policies and concluded again that we need a fulsome analysis of this unique cultural, historic, natural, and landscape qualities, which are a treasure for our city. We've talked about this at previous hearings. This needs to be preserved and it needs to be conserved. The point that he made about the severance needing to fit within the neighborhood, that it has to create a lot that fits within the neighborhood. And he concludes that there's a real physical and visual impact of this new proposed lot. And I talked about that last time as well, sitting in the backyard of 71 Main and looking at the beautiful lawns and garden area of 67 and how this is going to have just destroy that view. The conventional design of houses in the area is that they're side-by-side facing the street. The side yards are the typical areas where there are mutual impacts from shadowing, overview, and loss of privacy. The rear yards are areas where privacy, a certain amount at least, should be expected. And this proposed application destroys that. It would result in a loss of privacy with a 2-story building and upper floor windows. There's a real negative impact to the neighborhood and adjacent properties, and there's just no getting around that whatsoever. For these reasons alone, Mr. Snape concludes that the consent application needs to be refused. But you know, I look to the staff's own report for today's meeting to show that there's not justification to permit the severance because the proposed conditions are numerous, contradictory, and create a catch-22 situation where the consent really can't be issued unless the long list of conditions in the variance application are met. But they can't all be met until the severance is granted and the lot is created with a building permit granted and construction started. Please pause for a minute just to think about that. As you know, under the Planning Act, once a consent, always a consent. If later one of the conditions in the variance application is not met, and the variance approval is therefore rendered null and void, condition number 7 says that if these conditions aren't met, the variance condition is null and void. But the consent condition says that the variance approval has to be done. How does the committee deal with the fact that the severance consent would have already been issued? It makes no sense. Let's just look at condition 4 for a second. It says that the dwelling must be designed to avoid impact to as much vegetation as possible to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. This takes it out of the public process, leaves the compliance process open to the subjective discretion of the director. But look at subsection A, which goes on to say that the impacts that the director has to be satisfied about will include that any potential impacts or removals on shared boundary trees must be documented, agreed upon, and signed off between all relevant parties prior to work or clearing. And then it also goes on to talk about potential pruning being signed off. So let's look at that. The relevant parties are the specific owners of the boundary trees. The required sign-off would be the submission of written consents from those neighbors under your tree preservation bylaw and the Forestry Act, none of which the arborist report for the applicant talks about. But the 3 owners who have boundary trees have confirmed already in writing that they don't give their consent for the boundary trees to be injured. Those people are Mr. and Mrs. McClelland, Mrs. Betty Lee, and Mr. and Mrs. Texera. Right now, when the applications are before the committee, we know that the consents are not available from these neighbors, and therefore those conditions will not be possible to clear. When the city knows now that there are boundary trees that will be injured and that the neighbors do not grant permission for such injury, the approval shouldn't be given in the first place. The applicant's planners spoke about other processes still having to take place, site plan approval, heritage committee, building permit processes, a lot more to look at. But that's the very problem here. The committee is creating a consent, a severed lot forever. And then if through this other process, these requirements, these conditions that staff are putting in can't be met, there's nothing you can do about it. Once a consent, always a consent, as you know. Look at condition 6, which requires the historic laneway to be conserved and maintained at its current width without curbs. First, how can staff consider that the historic laneway needs to be preserved and protected, but not the historic lawns and gardens? That seems to be arbitrary and inconsistent to me. But what if during the building process that historic laneway is not maintained or is damaged? The approval would then be null and void under condition 7. But the severance would already be granted and registered. What about 5, that the foundations of the former outbuilding on the retained parcel have to be protected to the satisfaction of the Director of Policy Planning? What if they're not? They will already have granted and registered the severance. Or condition 4, what if the owner ignores the requirement to get consent to injure the trees? Or what if he just inadvertently damages the trees? What will the city do then? For condition 3, what if the dwelling is higher than the roof line of the existing cultural heritage resource? All of these conditions have to be met, or it says in number 7, the variance approval is null and void. Then we could not complete the severance and create the lot until the house was constructed, and it becomes a circular argument. All of this just underscores in my submission that the committee really does not have sufficient information, planning evidence, and moreover, justification right now to render a positive decision. And it is completely inappropriate to move the delivery of some of this evidence out of the public process into the subjective discretion of 1 or 2 people to decide later, especially where right now it is known that at least one condition is not going to be met because the neighbors have confirmed they don't consent to the injury of their boundary trees. So in closing, I maintain that there are insurmountable deficiencies from a planning and legal perspective associated with these applications. For the severance application, the deficiencies are threshold requirements that have not been met under Section 5124 and 5312 of the Planning Act, as Mr. Snape has so articulately walked us through. And for the variance application, the deficiencies are clearly not minor in nature, and we've been through all of that before. The committee is governed by those tests, and we've shown why they don't comply. The applications are not in keeping with the purpose and intent of the official plan or the zoning bylaw, and they're just not desirable for the appropriate development of the area. The applications are premature. I urge the Committee of Adjustment to look at all of these serious deficiencies and refuse both of them. Thank you very much again.
Madam Chair, the next person who requested to speak was Laura and Miklos Benner, but I do not see them on today's session, so I'll move on. We next have Jennifer and Nick Sansalone, followed by Mona Friel and Stephen Brown, to be followed by Kimberly Sim. So Jennifer, please go ahead. You can unmute your microphone and address committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just because it's been a long morning so far, and I don't think I can add anything more than Chris Hellick and her lawyer Heather Picken have already skillfully provided. I just want to be on record that we are still in opposition, given that the proposed building will be in our the corner of our back lot, and we are concerned, as well as the other neighbors, about the tree canopy. And I believe that buildings of this scale are not minor variants, like we've already talked about. And even though Martin, their planner, did mention that, you know, only this could be replicated at 73 Main, which would be next to my property, funny enough. There are other properties in the neighborhood, not on Main Street, that have a significant land parcel, and something even bigger than this scale could be put forth as a severance. So for all those reasons, we are still in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker is Mona Friel and Stephen Brown. You can please unmute your microphone and address committee. Go ahead, Ramona. Okay, Ramona, I'm going to unmute your microphone for you. Go ahead, Ramona. Ramona, your microphone is unmuted. You can address the committee. So, Ramona? So, Madam Chair, I'm going to mute Ramona's microphone and we may come back. In the meantime, we'll go on to Kimberly Sim. Kimberly, you are in the session. You can unmute your microphone and please address the committee.
Hi, so my name is Kimberly Sim. I live at 72 Elizabeth Street South. It's the property that is just behind the proposed building. Again, I don't have a ton to add. The only thing I wanted to talk about was that the lawyer for the Main Street property had mentioned that there were other homes potentially in the area on Elizabeth that had a 7-meter rear lot. To be honest, I've never seen this. Walking around every day, I haven't seen a yard that's that small. And if there are smaller yards, then the houses that are on those properties are maybe 1,000 square feet or 1,500 square feet. I guarantee you, nowhere in this neighborhood is there a 5,600 square foot house with a 7-meter rear lot. If I wanted, I just moved here in January. If I wanted to move to a street where there was going to be a 5,600 square foot property right in my backyard, I would have bought a new build house. I would have spent $1 million and got myself a 5,000 square foot house. But the draw of coming here is the fact that your neighbors are not right in your backyard. So for this to be like not infringing on my privacy is just completely ridiculous. So that's kind of like our main issue with it, as well as we do have a lot of small trees like in between our properties, and we love those trees. My kids think it's like a forest back there. And there's no way that with a 7-meter rear lot, when they're building this property, that those wouldn't all get damaged. And so yeah, that's the main issue that we have with it, because it's not a minor variance, it's a huge variance. And if you even look on the site plan, the sketch that you have, you can look at the size of the lot of the current heritage building and the amount of land versus the amount of house. The ratio is completely different than the ratio of house to land ratio with this new proposed building. It is not consistent at all with the ratios that are in this area. Okay, thanks. That's all I have to say.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Carol and Al McClellan. Carol, please go ahead and you can unmute your microphone.
It's Alan speaking. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Alan McClellan. I've lived at 66 Elizabeth Street South with my wife Carol for the past 25 years. We've been Brampton residents for most of our lives. Our home is on the north side of the historic laneway and has a view of the Heritage Home and most of the Heritage designated rear yard and gardens, 67 Main Street South. We continue to strongly oppose these applications as outlined in our written submissions over the past 15 months. Our submissions have documented that the consent application does not meet the criteria set out in the Planning Act or the city's official plan. And the minor variance application does not satisfy any of the 4 tests set out in the Planning Act. We have reviewed and listened to the submissions of lawyer Heather Picken, planner Paul Snape, and agree with their analysis and position. In the interest of time, I will leave further planning-related and legal comments to these 2 professionals. I'll restrict my comments to a few items that I believe fall outside of those parameters. First is that the City's Heritage Board does not support these applications. The board was disappointed with the Heritage Impact Assessment and the related staff report. The board members spent 2 hours listening to 2 presentations and asking questions of staff. The board almost unanimously felt strongly that this development proposal was not desirable or appropriate for the area, and that the application should not be supported. It is extremely disappointing that their advice has not been shared by the city with this committee. The second item to share with the committee members relates to the apparent width versus the actual width of the historic laneway. Our handcrafted wrought iron fence was intentionally positioned on the north side of the boundary trees, well within our property line by 12 to 18 inches. This approach was taken to avoid damage to any tree and provide adequate space for future growth. I mention this as the visual impression of the laneway width can be misleading. Visually, the laneway appears wider than the 17.9 feet stated on the application. Third, while we are concerned about the impact of this proposed project on our neighborhood and the permanent loss of heritage resources to our city, we would also experience a total loss of privacy in our rear yard. We have extensive decking, patios, and a spa, which we would lose the enjoyment of. The potential loss or damage to trees would again have a significant impact on our use and enjoyment of our property, and most likely would have a negative impact on the value of our home. These mature trees are a critical part of the landscape which frames our home. Landscape lighting has been installed at significant cost so that these trees are enjoyed at night by many. Our last area of concern is the most recent arborist report. Our concerns center around the inadequate tree protection and consent. KFCI report identifies tree protection zones and states that construction equipment and materials should not pass over or be parked on these zones. Yet it is proposed that the laneway will be used for access of all equipment, new materials, and removal of fill. All of this weight will pass over the tree protection zones, the boundary trees along the laneway, in addition to the weight of the protective boarding. The other potential risk is trenching along the laneway for installation of utilities. The trenching would rip through the tree protection zones, damaging several trees. We are not convinced that the proposed tree protection measures are adequate, and our concerns are echoed in the peer review submitted. We also feel that it is important to share with you that the applicant did attempt crown pruning of some boundary trees when they were moving into the home. Pruning wounds to tree number 931 are documented in their most recent arbor report. No permission was asked or granted. We had the tree repaired the following week at our expense. However, to this day, the tree is still misshapen and lopsided. We repeat, we have no intention of granting consent for these trees to be removed, ground pruned, or injured in any way. In closing, I want to remind everyone that Brampton does have something truly unique within Canada. It is extremely rare for a large city to still have the opportunity to retain its historical, leafy neighborhoods. I believe that you have ample information before you to refuse these applications. I trust that it should also sit well with you that you're doing what is best for a neighborhood and our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam Chair, we'll now go back and just see if Ramona Friel's microphone is active. Ramona, if you can try your microphone one more time, please.
Yes, and thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, apologies on that earlier. I agree wholeheartedly with Jennifer and Alan, what they've said in opposition. My name is Ramona Friel and I live in 69 Elizabeth Street South, and I moved here in downtown Brampton for the character of the neighborhood and the tree canopy, and truly fear that it would be impacted if this would be approved. In addition to that, the loss of privacy suffered by our neighbors is also a concern to us, and it's why I strongly oppose what has been stated in this.
Thank you. The next speaker is Betty Lee. Betty, you can unmute your microphone and please address the committee.
This is Betty. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
I live immediately north of the proposed property at 65 Main Street South. You have my written submissions with regards to this application. I just wanted to reiterate a few of my concerns. A lot of the legalities, the Arbor's report on tree damages have already been previously demonstrated. Yes, the severed property would directly overlook my backyard, where I've had enjoyed privacy, retreat, and escape from the madness of the world for the over 20 years since I've lived here. The house front would be facing directly my backyard and being a couple of stories high, and just the distance between the front and my backyard would be just a little over the size of the laneway. As you can see on the map, they would be directly looking over my backyard. Also, I have a fairly huge trees budding close to the fence there that have a large root zone that extends to under the laneway, which is at a great chance of being harmed and loss of the canopy that the tree supplies, as well as the numerous vegetation in the region. As you can see on the map of the building imprint that other people have raised, it occupies a huge area of the severed plot, which is disproportionately large compared to the other houses in the region. And also this sits within basically in the backyard with only the access through a laneway. So it's really kind of almost a house built within the backyard. I'm concerned also of the increase of traffic and damage to the areas around it. So I'm concerned with respect to this. In addition to other people's comments, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that this would be overlooking my backyard, which I've enjoyed for the last years. And part of the reason I moved here was to have the privacy and the escape and the enjoyment of the region. And I'm concerned that this would definitely affect the feel of the region. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Claudio and Ann Lizeth Texera. Please go ahead and unmute your microphone to address the committee. Claudio, I'm going to go ahead and unmute. Oh, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Claudio Teixeira. I am the owner of 70 Elizabeth Street South. I've been here for 13 years now. It's the property directly west and abutting 67 Main Street. So I want to take this opportunity to state my concerns and how the application will adversely affect my property from a safety, from a structural maintenance and enjoyment perspective. I am concerned the applicant, the committee, and city planners may not really fully appreciate or sympathize with the severe downstream consequences approval of this application would have on my property. So if I can narrow down the list, this is like my third letter that I've written. There's a lot of points, but really I want to narrow it down so that you know what I'm faced with if this application is approved. So there's going to be certain damage or death to my 2 black walnut trees, as identified in the arborist reports, as a result of the cutback to the tree canopy and the removal of the vegetation between my property and the neighbors. I really want to make it crystal clear that I will not sign off or grant permission to trim back the canopy of those trees. So yeah, I want to be clear about that. There's going to be structural impacts to my 108-year-old home. I'm very proud of that. We take care of it. So we're right next to the narrowed laneway, and it's going to be used exclusively for construction access, whereby you're going to have large trucks and vehicles that will utilize this point for construction. I've engaged several subject matter experts who feel that damage to my foundation as a result of the utilities and construction access is certain. I would even ask the applicant, like, if they were in my shoes, would you allow heavy vehicles to pass by your house for a period, for months on end, 5 feet away from your wall? Would he allow that? Probably not. I think any reasonable person would not allow for that to happen. But that's the exact situation that we would find ourselves in. So there's going to be definitely drainage issues due to the increased surface water runoff as a result of the new hardscaping surfaces. There will be significantly more water flow into my property, which will be intensified with the proposed hardscaping. I can't begin to comprehend how this is being overlooked and really why I need to be saddled with the burden created by approval of this application. You really have to look at that. It's really bad. Lastly, the proposed 2-story building envelope will completely change and restrict the current unimpeded view that we enjoy. The new building will have direct sight lines into my backyard, resulting in my loss of privacy, which is really the main reason why we purchased the home in the first place. We used to live in North Brampton, and we moved here, and we love it here. So we would definitely lose that. So I really ask the Committee of Adjustment members and the city planning to respect and acknowledge my legitimate concerns. In the same manner, the applicant has been granted numerous opportunities to defer the applications and has been supported in the request for this major variance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Craig Stewart. Craig, please go ahead. You can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thanks for letting me speak. I'll be brief. I'd just like to say that I do support and agree with the more knowledgeable people, Ms. Pickett and Mr. Snape. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things. And one is I'm a little confused how this application, minor variance application, even got this far. Seems to me any reasonable person would think this is much more than a minor variance. The minimum lot width is 4 times less than the bylaw limit, and the lot setback is 2.5 times. And I don't see how that is minor in nature. And I agree with if this application is approved, it's going to devastate the area. I'd just like to say that. And one other thing is everybody was talking about a 5,000 square foot house, but the footprint is over 5,000 square feet, giving the potential of a 10,000 square foot house. So for those reasons, I'm in opposition. And like I mentioned, I agree with a few of the other speakers and all they have to say. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, our next speaker is Lynn Rudolph, who I believe is called in. Lynn, I'm just going to unmute one of the telephone callers. Is that you, Lynn?
Yes, it is.
Okay, please go ahead. You can address committee.
Thanks so much. Good morning. My name is Lynn Rudolph, and my husband's name is David Rose, and we live at 88 Elizabeth Street South. Firstly, I would like to thank the Committee of Adjustments for letting me voice our strongly opposed opinion for the second time. I would like to clearly state that Dave and I are strongly opposed to the severance on 67 Main Street South and feel even more strongly against the building of a 5,000 square foot compound. And if it's actually a two-story, that would make it a 10,000 square foot compound that Mr. Kampal actually calls it and states he's going to build. Why is it that people want to come and build these monster homes and sever lots that will ultimately decimate the charm, heritage, and beauty of this unique area of Brampton? If it is with the intent to build these compounds and wreak havoc to the existing lots, why don't they just move to the country? Stop coming here and disrupting our peaceful and unique life here in historic downtown Brampton. With that being said, I am imploring the Committee of Adjustments to please reject this application and set a precedent for this and future applications. The responsibility of dedication to maintain the beauty and charm of this unique and historic downtown core is in the hands of you, the Committee of Adjustments. Please, the residents of this community beg you to follow your hearts and do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, our next and last speaker is John Tricona. John, I'm going to unmute your microphone. And John, your microphone's unmuted, so please go ahead. John, you can address the committee. Okay, Madam Chair, it looks like John has exited the session.
Hi, Peter, this is the applicant here. Sorry to interrupt, if I may. I just want to confirm I have our arborist on the line, Peter Kuntz. I just want to confirm he's scheduled to speak.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. I did invite him in when the applicant was making the submissions. I didn't hear a reference in the agent submission that the applicant was going to speak, so I apologize. If through you, Madam Chair, if it's the indulgence of committee, after the last speaker, if we can get a hold of John, then the applicant's tree expert can address the committee. So, Madam Chair, we did have John Tricona on the line, but for some reason, unfortunately, he's no longer on the system. So I would advise that perhaps, if you wish, you can go back to the Peter Kuntz, who's the forestry consultant for the applicant. So, Madam Chair, just your microphone, I think, is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would just suggest that the applicant's expert provide us with a brief and succinct overview. We have been hearing much of the same information we've heard in past committee meetings. I know we've got a time constraint. We have other applications to listen to. So we're certainly willing to hear what the applicant's expert has to say to us. But again, please, if you can remain brief and succinct.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yes, Peter Kuntz here, Kuntz Forestry Consulting. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
It's new to me that I was going to present anything, so I will keep this very brief. Further to the first arborist report that was done by DA White, my office was charged with doing the preservation planning for trees, respecting all the neighboring trees and trees on site. I did attend the site yesterday, had a look at everything, and I have heard all the testimony today. So what I can say is, contrary to the Dugan and Associates peer review, we have addressed planning issues regarding the tree preservation bylaw and the Forestry Act. What is glaring is that we have outlined the preservation planning, and in large instances, we are not able. The proposal is not able to respect the 2-time drip line preservation zone. And if that was imposed, which is very onerous on infill developments, there would be no infill development anywhere. It's just not necessary to protect 2 times the drip line. So our preservation planning is based on minimum standards or drip line. And all of that is outlined very clearly in our report. I have reviewed the situation on the ground, and in fact, no pruning will be required if we are to use the laneway, the historic laneway, to allow construction trucks to go in and out. We have prescribed horizontal hoarding per the City of Brampton standards, which utilizes 300 millimeters of coarse wood chips and wood hoarding or steel plates. So that is feasible, respecting the concerns of neighbors on the issue of installing services. Trenching is not always imperative. There are other technologies and mitigation measures that could be employed, which includes directional boring. And for this length of driveway, it's totally feasible. I have supervised many projects where directional boring can go for a lot longer. So that is not really a concern. And by and large, the construction of the house, if it was scaled back a little bit, would stay out of the drip lines of all the trees. That's articulated in our report as well. So we can do better than the minimum standards that we use, and that is employed through most municipalities, all municipalities and cities and towns in Southern Ontario. So it is quite feasible that this house could be constructed should, aside from planning issues, the Community Adjustment and City of Brampton allow it. So that's pretty much what I have to say.
So, Madam Chair, that is it for the speakers. I do not see John Tricona has rejoined the session, so I do not have any additional speakers on this matter.
All right, thank you, Peter. I just want to mention that we have received correspondence from the Region of Peel, request that TRCA review the application and confirmation that this property is located within a flood zone, but those are simply comments. So having heard from the applicant, from the public, I wondered if the committee has any questions or concerns before we go to the staff so that they can read their report to us. Yes, Member Cole?
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. I've got a couple things that I just want to address with everyone. First of all, sorry, I'll be referring to my notes here. To thank everyone, obviously, that has taken the time to come forward, including the applicant in and of itself, because just based on the circumstances here, he would have been back and forth several times. It would have occupied many hours of his day, much like everyone else's. So again, thank you very much for everyone taking the time. We take these matters like this quite serious. I just want to address something in relation to the applicant. The applicant took the time to submit his concerns on behalf of how he's been treated. And I just want to address that very briefly as I refer to his letter here. And there was some concerns here about and some statements made in relation to corruption with the Committee of Adjustment, members of council, various other things. I want to put that on the table, and I want to put that to bed, and I want everyone, including the members of the community or anyone that has brought any concern forward that is opposing this application, to know that I personally have never been approached by Mr. Capel or any of his colleagues with respect to try to sway our decision in any particular way. And I think I can speak on behalf of our committee members. None of us have experienced that. So wherever this statement is in relation to corruption or concerns, or maybe people that have alluded to that, at least from our standpoint, from what we've experienced, it's not here. And I want that to be put aside. These are independent reviews, and these are things that we take quite serious, number one. That addresses. So number two is Mr. Capel also made reference to perhaps some racial slurs that were made to him as the applicant. I want to make it known that anything along those lines, and everyone knows that, is complete and utter ignorance, and it's unacceptable. And we all know that. This is 2020, and we do not accept that type of behavior. And I don't think that that plays any part in the applicant moving forward with what he wants to do with his property in relation to what his objective is with the property. Racism or racial slurs have nothing to do with this, and it won't be tolerated here. So that needs to be put aside, and that needs to stop if there is anything along those lines. I personally haven't seen anything along that in terms of statements that I've read. Now, this is merely coming from Mr. Capel, and Mr. Capel also made some reference to allegations that were made with no, quote, merit. Now, Mr. Capel, if he was to come forward with statements like that, we need something to substantiate that. I didn't see anything, and I won't tolerate it, and it won't even be considered here forward. I just wanted to address that. I wanted to bring forward a couple things. Number three here, the Heritage District Study. If this is something that is ongoing, and this is something that's going through council and various other forms that is strongly being considered, obviously for the greater good of the community and the heritage of the city, it would set a bad precedence if we start undermining that or making various decisions outside of that as these studies are moving forward. And I don't think that that's in our best interest to even do that. These are professionals that are doing these studies, and they're doing these studies for that very reason. What's in the best interest of not just the community members, but for the city as a whole. My next point is obviously considering the reputation of the city of Brampton. We have a reputation of our heritage center, of our community within our history values within the city of Brampton. And these are some of the things that we have to strongly consider as well as members of the committee. We don't just take into consideration the applicant in and of itself and the fact that maybe it's met the criteria of certain things that staff has suggested and recommended. But we also got to look at what's in the best interest of the community. And obviously this particular application has been very controversial. So, we don't just look at one perspective, we try to look at both. And me personally, and in conjunction with obviously everything that I've taken into consideration here, listening to the debates back and forth, professionals and various other people that have come forward and taken the time out of their day to speak with us, my position from here forward, and I'd like to put forward a motion, is the fact that this application be refused. And it's been refused, and one of the bases are, and like I said, is on the history district study, or the heritage district study is one. But that's not only the reason why, but taking into consideration what we've had to deal with the community, what they've had to undergo. And I believe that this needs further assessment if there is something to be considered in the near future. But as it stands right now, and based on the totality of what I have, and I'll reiterate what I said, and I've strongly considered this, and I looked at both aspects, both sides of the argument, that I don't think from here forward with this application that it can move forward. And again, I'm going to have to refuse this application, and that's what I'm putting forward right now. And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kolb. I think perhaps we should just listen to the report from the city prior to putting forward a motion. So if I could ask the city to provide us their report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also, so I'm going to go through the recommendations and conditions that I have. I've also been making some notes just for a few points that I would like to clarify kind of for the benefit of both the committee and the residents. And then at the end, I am going to loop in our heritage planner who can also clarify a few things. just for everyone's benefit so that we all have the same information. So staff have reviewed application B19-017 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed: that the Secretary Treasurer shall have been satisfied the following conditions have been fulfilled within 1 year of the mailing date noted below, and a Secretary Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act shall be given. The Secretary Treasurer's fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of the issuance of the Secretary Treasurer's certificate. Approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment Office, and the required number of prints resultant deposited reference plans shall be received. And number 2, that associated variance application A19-121 be approved. Number 3, that there be no new access allowed from Main Street South. Number 4, the applicant submits confirmation to the TRCA that the right-of-way easement is registered on title and that the access to the proposed right-of-way from the proposed retained parcel will be maintained open and free of any encumbrances. Number 5, that arrangements satisfactory to the Region of Peel Public Works shall be made with respect to the location of existing and installation of new services and or possible required private service easements. And that variance application A19-121 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, the prior site plan approval, a heritage permit application shall be submitted for the construction of the new detached dwelling and a decision rendered by council. Number 2, that the decision of the dwelling, or design rather, of the dwelling adhere to the recommendations set out in the Heritage Impact Assessment and any additional measures put forward by Heritage staff during the site plan process to the satisfaction of the Director of Policy Planning. Number 3, that the new dwelling be no higher than the roof line of the existing cultural heritage resource which is located on the lot to be retained. Number 4, that the dwelling be designed to avoid as much impact to mature vegetation as possible on the property, consistent with the recommendations set out within the Arborist report dated August 28 by Coons Forestry Consulting, Inc., and any additional related recommendations by city staff to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services, including but not limited to any potential impacts or removals on shared boundary trees, and potential impacts or damage to neighboring trees must be documented, agreed upon, and signed off between all relevant parties prior to work occurring. And B, that potential pruning expectations on any shared boundary trees must be agreed and signed off upon by all relevant parties prior to any work occurring. Number 5, that the foundations of the former outbuilding on the retained parcel, currently incorporated as part of the landscaping, shall be protected throughout construction to the satisfaction of the Director of Policy Planning. Number 6, that the historic laneway on the property shall be conserved and maintained at its current width without curbs. Number 7, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Now, as I noted, Madam Chair, through you, there were a couple things that I did want to kind of clarify just for all of our benefits. In regard to the Arborist report, as the applicant would be required to submit and receive site plan approval for the new detached dwelling on the property, there would be further refinement and work done to that Arborist report to kind of narrow the scope of it based on the actual dwelling that's proposed, given that at this time the reports were based just on the building envelope. It was pointed out within my report and definitely by a few of the adjacent property owners that without their consent, there can be no damage to trees that are considered to be shared. We are very aware of this provision, and essentially what this does, the neighbors have indicated very clearly they're not going to provide consent to damage those trees. What that does is force the applicant to build a smaller dwelling. If the applicant is not going to be given permission to damage those trees, the proposal will have to change in regard to the house to not damage those trees, because as it has been pointed out, that is the law. So just something I wanted everybody to kind of be reassured with in that regard. And then in regard to concerns about the construction vehicles, I find this a little bit difficult to kind of relate within the consent application, because whether the consent were to occur or not, the homeowner would be well within their right to do construction on their property. For example, they could build a detached garage in that area of the property. And they could use that access from Elizabeth for those construction vehicles. So that's something that's not necessarily super contingent on this consent, but something that could kind of happen regardless. So I just kind of wanted to bring that point up. And then in regard to the concerns about drainage from the property to the west, through the site plan application and the building permit application, the applicant would, through those processes, be required to submit detailed grading and servicing drawings that would show that the drainage from the resultant property would not be impacting those adjacent properties. And if that couldn't be achieved, they would need to alter their proposal until it could be. And that's just kind of what I wanted to clarify based on some of the comments. And I would be happy to answer any questions you might have for me. Then I would request, Madam Chair, that you would call forward Cassandra Jasinski, who is our heritage planner, to clarify a few other things.
Sorry, my apologies. I think I'm getting muted here. Thank you, Ms. Swinfield. Yes, we would like to hear from the representative from the Heritage, is it the Heritage Board or the Heritage Department?
She's from the Heritage Department.
Okay, thank you.
Can everybody hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
Okay. I guess this is good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee and fellow staff and members of the public. I wanted to be able to speak to the application as well as Shelby's comments contain a lot of the material that I had put forward both in my staff recommendation report related to the Heritage Impact Assessment, as well as my ongoing review of these applications over the past few months. And I wanted, prior to launching into the comments that I provided as part of that Heritage Impact Assessment, I wanted to clarify a few things for the committee. And the first is regarding the status of the Main Street South Heritage Conservation District. So under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, there are essentially two stages that have to be followed in terms of designating Heritage Conservation District. The first is the preparation of a Heritage Conservation District study, and the second is the preparation of a Heritage Conservation District plan. The Heritage Conservation District study was completed and approved in 2014, and it is the Heritage Conservation District plan, which is currently in draft form and is undergoing consultation. We've gone through a number of events which have led to delays with the Heritage Conservation District plan, and so we've also been consulting with the community quite extensively. And the Heritage Conservation District plan did have a statutory public meeting on December 5th, 2016. And at that meeting, there were draft official plan and secondary plan amendments provided for the public, and those are available online. If the committee is interested, I can always send out those links at a later time for benefit in the future. Some of the content of the proposed amendments did include consideration of when severances would be appropriate or could be reviewed and potentially recommended in an area in the Main Street South Heritage Conservation District. And those included corner lots with sufficient lot depth and are only to be severed when the new lot to be created provides access to a public road other than Main Street South. Similarly, mid-block lots should have sufficient lot depth and are only to be severed when the new lot to be created provides access to a public road other than Main Street South. That the new lot to be created is set back an appropriate distance from the rear facade of the primary structure on the lot to be retained. That historic laneways accessed from Elizabeth Street South are to be conserved in their existing state and should not be upgraded through widening or curbs. That the introduction of new public or private roads will be avoided. That new buildings and accessory structures will be sited to best reduce visibility of the structure from Main Street South or adequately screened from the public right-of-way. That the severance and new construction should not harm mature trees within the lot to be created and the lot to be retained. And where severances occur on a mid-block lot that provides access to both Main Street South and another public road, the retained lot may be requested to forfeit secondary access to a public street if required from the city. Now, these are proposed and they were put up for public comment in 2016. They are not yet in place, but they're essentially in the similar format contained within the most recent version of the draft district plan. And while they're not in force, it is something that as a heritage planner I did look towards, as this is kind of how we're hoping to proceed should the Main Street South Heritage Conservation District be in place. There was a previous severance application that was considered and approved by the Committee of Adjustment on Main Street South, and that was 76 Main Street South. So it's the precedent that's being referred to, if precedent is something that is considered, has already been set. And that decision on that severance was in many ways far more impactful from a heritage staff perspective than what is being proposed with this application. The application at 67 Main Street South follows most of the guidelines that we had included in those draft secondary plan and official plan amendments. Some of them were not applicable to the property, whereas the severance, which has already been approved for 76 Main Street South, will will allow for a new road, a new driveway to come off of Main Street South. We'll sever the lot so that the house is visible from Main Street South, and also impacted some vegetation to the rear of the property. However, this severance application was approved. And so when reviewing this application, there was, prior to this, I think the memo that Mr. Snape was referring to was a result of the decision that was made about 76 Main Street South and the LPAT hearing that occurred as a result. And the statement made by staff at the bottom of that memo regarding next steps is that heritage staff, heritage consultants, and city legal staff have been working together to develop policy language in the draft Main Street South Heritage Conservation District Plan and associated planning amendments to ensure that future severances will be appropriately managed within the district. Should any additional lot severance applications be submitted within the area before the final district plan, bylaw, and associated planning amendments are forwarded to council for consideration and approval, staff has the ability to recommend refusal of the application to the Committee of Adjustment if it fails to meet the consent criteria outlined in the Planning Act. Heritage staff continues to work on finalizing the district plan, etc., etc. So it's just talking about the update meeting following that. So that was the context of the memo. It was addressing concerns from the Brampton Heritage Board raised as a result of the matter with 76 Main Street South. And as a result of that, there is consideration by the board of the 67 Main Street South Committee of Adjustment application. This was why heritage staff recommended that, or required that a heritage impact assessment be submitted, and this is why it was brought to the board for their consideration. The applicants are correct in stating that the Heritage Board was not in favor of the applications being approved, but staff did put forward a number of recommendations that would very much both limit the size of the house and ensure that there was additional consideration given to its design as it impacted the neighborhood character overall. And there was a mention of the foundations of an outbuilding on the house. Those foundations are visible from Google Map if you look from an aerial map. It's an outbuilding that we actually have photographic documentation of. And so we know that it once existed on that property, and from conversations and visits with the previous owner of the property, staff had been told that the foundations of that outbuilding had been turned into a garden, and that some of the slate actually from the roof of the house was used to make some of the landscaping to the rear of that property. Heritage staff, in reviewing these applications, do not do so lightly. We have to consider them from an objective heritage standpoint. In this case, the property is designated under Part 4 of the Act, the Ontario Heritage Act, which means that it is individually designated and has a bylaw registered on title, which sets out its heritage attributes. With this property in particular, the designation bylaw is quite old, and has not been updated, and as a result, it does not follow all of the requirements that are given under the current Ontario Heritage Act in terms of setting out those attributes in a specific way. So it still speaks to the attributes, but it doesn't list them like we currently do for designation bylaws. And it refers to, while it does refer to the many beautiful summer garden parties over the years, that's anecdotal information that I can't really place anywhere on that property, because the following paragraph says that the property originally comprised 2.1 acres, but 0.7 acres were severed in the 1970s. And the original house and remaining 1.4 acres of land were bought by the present owners in 1978. And so I'm not sure where the context is in terms of where these summer garden parties may have been held. And since they're anecdotal information, there's no way for me to consider that as a heritage attribute. The designation bylaw does speak very strongly to the heritage attributes and features of the physical building itself, which include its overall style and features such as its high ceilings and roof line and fireplaces and windows. So when considering the impact to this designated and property in particular, my main concern was the impact to the structure, as this is what is contained within the bylaw. There's also consideration as to the impact of the new construction on the Main Street South corridor, as this is listed under the Ontario Heritage Act on our Municipal Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. Listing and designation are different in that designation requires a bylaw to be registered on title, whereas the listing is an administrative process, which essentially flags the property as having potential cultural heritage value, so that during planning applications, we are able to properly assess that potential development impact on the resource. It doesn't give us as much power as designation does, but it does allow us to have a little bit of control over, or at least consideration of the resource and impact specifically related to demolition and removal. From the Main Street South corridor perspective, when I was reviewing the heritage impact assessment and this application, my main concern was sight lines from Main Street to the new construction. And so the additional staff recommendations that were put forward as a result of this were that prior to site plan approval, heritage permit application be submitted for the construction of the new detached dwelling. The design of the dwelling adhered to the recommendations set out in the heritage impact assessment and any additional measures put forward by heritage staff. That the building envelope be reduced to be in keeping with the character of the existing cultural heritage resource located at 67 Main Street South. That the dwelling be designed to avoid impact to as much mature vegetation as possible on the property. That the footprint of the house be located in line with the built heritage resource located at 67 Main Street South in order to further limit any view of the new dwelling from Main Street South. That historic laneway on the property which provides existing lot with access to Main Street South and Elizabeth Street South be conserved and maintained at its current width without curbs. And that the foundation of the former outbuilding currently incorporated as part of landscaping be protected throughout construction. And the reason I added that last condition was that the foundations of the former outbuilding in and of themselves are potentially an archaeological resource, which is something that we want to keep in place if the foundations are still there. And so that there was some consideration of that as an archaeological resource potentially. So I hope that provides clarity as much as I can do in demonstrating the heritage, my heritage opinion on this matter. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them. There's quite a lengthy history to this project, so more than happy to respond to any comments that you may have.
Thank you very much. That provides us a lot of detail, which would have been helpful some time ago, but we have it now. So I thank you for that. I just wanted to understand, has the city completed their report and their recommendations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you referring to this application in particular, or are you referring to the Main Street South Heritage Conservation District Plan?
To this application specifically.
Through you, Madam Chair, the comments that I have provided, I gave to the development planner on the file, and the gist of my comments, or the summary of my comments, are included within her conditions. So the conditions that she has within her report refer back to both the heritage impact assessment and the recommendation report that I put forward to the board, and include additional conditions that we discussed, including the limiting of the height to the height of the current cultural heritage resource on site. And this is important because the cultural heritage resource, the built resource that's currently at 67 Main Street South, is proper heritage conservation practice to ensure that any new development does not overwhelm the existing cultural heritage resource. And so keeping a new building at that level is appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm assuming at this point we have heard from all speakers, we've heard from the city, and it's now upon the committee to move forward. So based on the fact that we've had this before us a third time now, we've had a lot of information given to us. I am going to just make a few points because this is a situation where we can't, amongst our committee members, have a discussion about this. So I've been making a lot of notes, and I'm just going to encapsulate my personal notes, and then I'm going to put this forward to the committee to make a motion. So just, again, these are my personal notes. Number one, first and foremost, it was a comment that I provided in our last committee meeting, and I believe this does not meet the 4 tests, and in particular, it is not minor in nature. The reason for that is multifaceted, but certainly the Heritage Board and their refusal to accept the staff report is amongst them. A lot of what I've heard and my personal beliefs about the city of Brampton is that this area has an incredible heritage component to it, whether it be trees, tree canopies, architecture, size and scale of buildings, et cetera, et cetera. It all falls under that. And having the Heritage Board not on board with this gives me some pause for concern. Thirdly, the briefing note that was presented by the City of Brampton, April 5th, 2019, to the mayor, councillors, and senior leadership seemed not to be supportive of severing lots. Because of all of these matters, I believe this application to be premature. And then fifth, and I'm just trying to summarize very succinctly because there could be raging debate going on for days here, but the fifth point is that the Arborist report is based on minimal requirements for infill development. So in my mind, that is not respecting a heritage neighborhood, let alone this specific heritage neighborhood. And so I'm already seeing that certain aspects are being minimized, but I'll just go back to my main point, and that is that this application is not minor in nature, and for that reason I could not support this application. But I do put this forward to the members, and I request if somebody can put forward a motion.
Ms. Doffler, my motion that I had put forward earlier still stands to refuse the application.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion before us. I am trying to locate people here on my computer. Do we have a seconder?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll second the motion put forth by Member Cole.
Thank you, Member Power. All right, all those in favor of refusing the application? We have the unanimous decision. Just for confirmation, are there any objections? I see none. This application has been refused. I thank everybody for attending. I know it's been numerous times. Everybody's put forward their passion, from the applicant to the neighborhood to the neighbors that are adjacent. A lot of time and effort has been put into this. Please do not feel that this has been minimized in our quick synopsis of this decision. But I thank everybody for their commitment to this application, and thank you for your attendance today as well. So I would ask Secretary Treasurer if perhaps we should have a brief recess. I know we're at the noon hour, and everybody might need a 10 or 15 minute recess. Is everybody in concurrence with that?
Through you, Madam Chair, a brief recess I think would be welcome. But before we recess, I just want confirmation on this application that the motion to refuse unanimously is for both applications, B19-017 and related application A19-121. For the record, please.
Per Member Culp and for myself, the answer to that question is that yes, it is for both applications.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so we will have, I would say a 12 or 13 minute recess. If we could all rejoin this meeting at 12:15 to continue on, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marquez. Do we have the applicant in place?
Calling application A 2020-0056, Adriana Patricia Serrano, and the property is located at 187 Folkestone Crescent.
So Madam Chair, Adriana is present and in the session. And following Adriana, we did have a request to speak from Harjinder Singh Deol, who was in the session earlier but has seemed to have left. So we'll see if this person comes back. But Adriana, please go ahead and unmute your microphone to address committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Adriana Serrano, and I'm here applying for a minor variance to obtain a site plan approval for a new addition on existing dwelling. I have 5 points. Number 1 is to permit lot coverage of 31%, where areas by law permit maximum lot coverage of 30%. Second, to permit an interior side yard setback of 1.48, where the bylaws require a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.8 meters. Third, to permit an open roof porch to encroach 1.939 meters into the minimum required front yard, resulting in a setback of 5.661. where areas by law permits a maximum encroachment of 1.8, resulting in a front yard setback of 5.8 meters. To permit an existing fence in the front yard having a maximum height of 1.39 meters, where the areas by law permit a maximum fence height of 1 meter in the front yard. To permit existing fence in the side and rear yard having a maximum height of 2.44 meters, where the by law permits are maximum fence heights of 2 meters in the side and rear yards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Serrano. Peter, had you mentioned there was anybody else? Perhaps before we do that, I just want to recognize that we have two correspondences we've received, one from a Brad Romanok and one from a John Higgins. And we have also received from Region of Peel a request to review by the TRCA in terms of floodplain and other aspects. So that's just a comment.
So Madam Chair, we do not have anybody else on this call at this time to speak to this item.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask if the committee members have any questions or comments. Seeing none, I would move to request that the city present their report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, staff have reviewed application A-2020-056 and find that the application is supportable, in part subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that variants 4 and 5 be refused, and that the non-conforming portions of the fence be removed within 30 days of the date of the site plan approval. And said removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. Number 2, that the extent of variances 1, 2, and 3 be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 3, that the owner finalize site plan approval under file SP 17-030.000 to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 180 days of the date of final decision of the committee, or as extended at the discretion of the Director of Development Services upon receipt of the written request for extension from the owner. Number 4, that the drainage on adjacent properties not be adversely affected. Number 5, that any outdoor storage in the rear yard be removed, and said removal demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 60 days of the date of the final decision of committee. Number 6, that any use of the basement as a secondary unit shall require registration and compliance with the zoning bylaw and building code. And finally, number 7, the failure to comply with and maintain any of the conditions of the committee, I will render the approval null and void.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the two pieces of correspondence we've received. I now have from Brad Romanek. He lives at 181 Folkestone Crescent, and he does object to the items 4 and 5, which pertain to the fence. And then there is John Higgins at 194 Folkestone Crescent, and he generally is not in favor of the application. So with that being said, any comments or questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to request of the applicant, have you read and do you agree with the recommendations put forward?
Yes.
Today? You do?
You do.
Okay, all right, thank you. That being said, if we have a member that could put forward a motion.
Motion to approve with staff recommendations.
Thank you, Member Power. Seconder, Member Colt. All those in favor? Are there any objections? Seeing none, this application is approved based on the staff recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling application A2020-0067, Ravinder Harmish and Pritam Singh Memhi. The property is located at 294 Fern Forest Drive.
So in the session, Madam Chair, is Shivani Kapare, on the authorized agent on behalf of the property owner. Shivani, you can unmute your microphone and please address committee.
Hi, this is Shivani. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members. I am an agent on applying on behalf of Ravinder Mehmi, address being 294 Fern Forest Drive. We are requesting a variance to permit a rear yard setback of 3.06 meters, and this is for an addition of a 3-season unheated sunroom, and it contributes positively to the outdoor amenity space on the property, which is at the rear yard of the lot. And it does not, I'd like to mention that it does not negatively impact the drainage of the adjacent properties. It's a single-story addition, and it is also going to be used by the children of our client who are special needs children, and they need the sunroom for being able to enjoy the outdoors during the seasons that they can't go out, for the 3 seasons that they can't go out. And both of them use the wheelchair, and they're completely dependent and mostly require vitamin D. The dwelling and the addition of the sunroom, it aligns with the character of the surrounding neighborhood without any privacy concerns at the adjacent lots. That would be it for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any correspondence outside of the staff report for this application. Peter, are there any speakers wanting to speak on this application?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the members of the committee? Seeing none, if I could ask staff to present their report for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just wanting to double check if my audio is okay, as I had to change.
It's very okay. It's very loud, Daniel. So
Loud and clear.
Okay, So thank you. Staff have reviewed application A 2020-0067 and find that it is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. 1, that elevation drawings shall be submitted within 30 days of the committee's decision, and the elevation shall be approved within 30 days of the committee's final decision, or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services. 2, that drainage on adjacent properties shall not be adversely affected. 3, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. 4, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the rear yard sunroom within 60 days of the committee's final decision. And 5, that failure to comply with and maintain the condition of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would ask the agent on this application.
It's Elizabeth Corzola through you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on the proposed conditions.
Yes.
If I can ask for a small amendment to condition 4 with respect to the building permit, I would just ask that the condition be amended to say that the owner shall obtain a building permit consistent with the approved plans submitted for satisfaction of condition 1, and that because they have 30 days or potentially an extension to that 30 days, but still need a building permit in 60 days, I would ask that it be not 60 days from the decision, but 60 days from the approval of the elevation drawings.
All right, thank you, Ms. Corzola. I would ask the agent, do you understand and agree with the recommendations put forward by the city staff, including this final amendment? Is the agent with us?
Yes. Go ahead, Shivani. Your microphone was muted. It's unmuted now.
Thank you for the amendment, Ms. Corzola. That helps us give us more time to work on the elevations.
Okay, so do you agree with and accept the conditions and recommendations?
Yes, I do. I accept. Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. All right, I would request the committee put forward a motion. Member Culp, a motion to approve staff recommendations along with the
amended condition. Yes, please.
Thank you. Second.
I will second it.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. Seconded by Ms. Marcus. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing no opposition, this application is approved. Thank you very much.
Calling application A 2020-0069, Rahman Malik and Mignon Malik. The property is located at 24 Impulse Circle.
So Rahman Malik is present. Rahman, you can unmute your microphone and please address the committee. Rahman, your microphone is now live, so you can please address the committee. So, Madam Chair, it looks like Rahman, oh, there we go. Rahman, if you can just, I'm going to unmute your microphone.
Sure.
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Sorry, apologies. I waited 4 hours and finally my turn came up and someone hung up on me, so I do apologize. I guess, thank you everyone for listening to my request. My application is in relation to a deck permit. I have an encroachment meters onto the rear yard setback, resulting in a setback of 3.12 meters, whereas the bylaw only permits a maximum setback of 3. So I'm asking for a 0.12 easement to my request. I'm the homeowner at 24 Impulse Circle, and we're just developing a second-story deck in order to enjoy the backyard. A second note, just which I don't know if it's actually identified in the application, but behind me there is no homeowner. It's actually a water runoff area, so there would be no further encroachment to any other property owner except for the city and the local beaver, I guess, in the backyard.
Thank you to the applicant for your submission. I can confirm that I have no further correspondence on this application. But I wondered, Peter, are there any speakers willing to or wanting to speak on this application?
There is no one, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, would request that staff provide their report for us, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, staff have reviewed application A-2020-069 and find that the application is supportable subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that variance be approved only to the extent shown in the sketch attached to the public notice. Number two, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the rear yard deck with 60 days of the final date of committee's decision or as extended at the discretion of the chief building official. And number three, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I would ask the applicant, do you agree and accept the conditions and recommendations as put forward by the city staff?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Could I then ask committee for a motion?
Motion to approve.
Sorry.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? We have that unanimous approval. Just to confirm, any objections? None seen. This application has been approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Calling applications A-2020-0070 through to A-2020-0073 under the ownership of Scottish Heather Development Inc. for properties located at Merrimack Drive, Heritage Road, Banner Elk Street, and Fordham Road.
Members of committee, Steve Safranios, the authorized agent, is present. And Steve, you can unmute your microphone and please address the committee on these applications.
Okay, I believe I have unmuted, so hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As stated, my name is Steve Safranios. I'm representing Great Gulf as the owner of these 4 lots. I will try to be brief. They are all very similar in nature in that they are all 4 corner lots, and all 4 applications have some sort of deficiency in the rear yard. This is primarily a result of just how the site plan has been presented to the builder, and the product is typical of that subdivision for corner lots. And I'm sure there are a few committee members who are used to seeing me there for similar situations when these conditions arise. We do identify these early on in the process. Prior to going to sale, we put the lots on hold so that there's no assumptions being made. And I have had an opportunity to review the comments from staff and the conditions, and I have no concerns and agree with them. And I'm prepared to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I just wondered, are there any questions or comments from the committee members? Seeing none. Peter, do we have anybody wanting to speak on this application?
We do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I would then, yes. Was that Member Cole? No? Sorry, I heard a voice. I can confirm that I have no further correspondence on this for this application. So I would request staff to present their report to us, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Staff have reviewed application A 2020-0070 for Banner Elk Street and find that the application is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed: that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice, that a clause be included within the agreement of purchase and sale for the subject lot, advising of the variances affecting the property. In the event the lot has been sold, the applicant shall provide written confirmation to the Secretary Treasurer that the purchasers of the lot acknowledge and accept the variance. And finally, 3, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. And this is consistent through application A 2020-0070 through A 2020-0073.
Thank you. So I would just go back to the applicant and confirm that you do accept the recommendations and conditions as put forward by the city for applications A 2020-0070 and through A 2020-0073.
Madam Chair, through you, I do confirm that I am in agreement with the conditions for those 4 applications, A 2020-70 through A 2020-73.
Thank you. So I put forward to members of committee for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the motion to approve the applications as put forward with the conditions set out by staff.
Thank you, Member Marcus, and seconded by Member Colt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing no opposition, this application is approved, or these multiple applications are approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, too. Good day.
Calling application A 2020-0074, Hetal, Kilmar Shaw, and Bijal Shaw. The property is located at 33 Red Cedar Crescent.
Members of committee, the authorized agent Marwan Alfaraji is present, and Marwan, you can unmute your microphone and to address committee.
All right, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you fine, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and the committee members. My name is Marwan and I am representing the owner at 33 Red Cedar Crescent. So today we have 3 minor variances to present. One is an exterior stairway leading to a below grade entrance on the side yard, and the bylaw doesn't permit the exterior stairways on the side yard, on the interior side yard. And the second variance is to permit the side yard to be 0.6 meter away from the property line, whereas the bylaw requires 1.2 meters. And the third variance is driveway widening to 9.04 meter, whereas the bylaw requires maximum driveway width of 6.71 meter. So these are the 3 minor variants that we are applying for today.
Thank you. I can confirm that I have no further correspondence for this application. Peter, are there any speakers wanting to speak on this application?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would ask if the members have any questions or comments. Seeing none, I would pass this on to city staff to present their report, please.
Again, and through you, Madam Chair, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0074 and find that it is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. The first being that a building permit be obtained for the below grade entrance within 60 days of the final date of the decision, or within an extended period of time at the discretion of the chief building official. 2, that the below grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. 3, that the extended driveway, concrete, shall not be parked upon at any time by whole or part of a motor vehicle. 4, that drainage on adjacent properties shall be maintained and that adjacent properties shall not be adversely affected. 5, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown in the sketch attached to the public notice, and no portion of the driveway shall be extended further. And finally, 6, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Thank you. I would ask the applicant if you agree and accept the recommendations put forward by city staff.
Yeah, I just want a clarification on the first condition, which is acquiring a building permit within 60 days. Now, this below grade entrance we're applying is actually to be able to use the basement as a secondary suite. So it will be the main entrance to the basement. And currently the city of Brampton is processing time is between 10 to 12 weeks. So then we will not be able to get a building permit issued in 60 days because their processing time is 10 to 12 weeks. So would that impact the decision?
If I could ask Ms. Corazola to provide some clarification for the applicant.
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I can confirm that that is our current timeframe for processing a registration and creation of a 2-unit dwelling is approximately 10 to 12 weeks, and that's a conservative estimate right now, depending on the complexity and any issues that might need to be resolved. I would certainly be supportive of amending that to 180 days. Just to anticipate. I do note, though, that the condition does suggest that the period might be extended at the discretion of the chief building official, but it certainly would not be feasible to issue a permit. We would not be able to do it within 60 days, even if the application were filed today.
Okay, so I will ask the committee if they want to put a motion forward extending 60 days to 180 days, but before I do that, the applicant, would that be amenable to you?
Yeah, that would be sufficient.
Okay, perfect. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to request somebody put forward a motion.
Through you, Madam Chair. Supportable with the change to 180 days.
Okay, thank you. Motion seconded by Member Marquez. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing no opposition, we have unanimous approval for your application. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Calling application A 2020-0076, GWL Realty Advisors. The property is addressed as 3389 and 3495 Steeles Avenue East.
So members of committee present today are the authorized agents, Mark Rollison and Joseph Abella. Joseph, you are in the session. Mark, I'm going to unmute your microphone and both of you can address the committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the committee, members of the public. I just want to confirm you guys can hear me okay?
We can hear you and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mark Rollison, the applicant for the minor variance request for 3389 and 3495 Steeles Ave East. Our application is to allow for the storage of a specified number of fleet vehicles on the site in question. The van-style vehicles at their largest exceed the current bylaw's maximum height by 1 inch or approximately 3 centimeters. As supported by the staff recommendation report, we consider this variance to be in accordance with the intent of the zoning bylaw and is minor in nature as well. We also believe this variance does not contravene the intent of the official plan as it maintains the prestige element described and desired in the secondary plan. The site currently has both vegetative and constructed screening elements that will mask the fleet vehicles' parking location from adjacent properties. That, combined with the other elements mentioned in the staff report, lead us to propose this variance to the council.
Thank you. I can confirm that I have no further correspondence. I do have a comment from Region of Peel. Stormwater and grading need to be reviewed, and that there is an easement on the property. So those are comments to be undertaken. I do not have any other correspondence. Peter, I wondered, are there any speakers wanting to speak on this application?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are none.
There are none, thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would request staff to proceed with providing their report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Staff have reviewed application A 2020-0076 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that the maximum size of the vehicles stored within the area identified on the sketch attached to the public notice shall be a maximum of 6.97 meters or 22.86 feet in length. Number 3, that no cleaning, maintenance, or repairs of the fleet vehicles shall take place on the property. Number 4, that no outside storage other than the storage of fleet vehicles shall be permitted on the property. Number 5, that the applicant submit a limited site plan within 60 days of the final date of the committee's decision, and that the use shall not be implemented until site plan approval is granted. And number 6, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. Members, any questions or comments? Seeing none, to the applicant, do you agree and accept the recommendations as put forward by the city?
Yes, we accept.
Thank you. All right, so I put it to members of the committee to put forward a motion. Member Power, accepting the recommendations put forward by the city, seconded by Ms. Marquez. All those in favor? We have a unanimous approval, but just to confirm, are there any objections? I see none, so this application has been approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Calling application A 2020-0077, Tejinder Kaur Burke and Devender Singh Burke. The property is located at 30 Claridge Court.
Members of committee, present today is the authorized agent, Vali Mohammed. Vali, you are in the session, so please, you can unmute your microphone to address committee. So Vali, I'm going to go ahead and unmute your microphone. Go ahead, Vali.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee members.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. This is regarding the setback, relaxation request. The setback is 1.18 meter and 1.16. So we are requesting a allowance, request for allowance for 0.8 inch and 1.6 inches, so that the passage for the secondary suite is, approved.
Thank you.
We are relocating the air conditioner and the passage is clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I can confirm I have no further correspondence for this application. Peter, are there any speakers wishing to speak on this application?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to request that staff put forward their report for us, please.
Madam Chair, as we know, with a minor variance application, the minor variance does need to satisfy all 4 of the 4 tests. Unfortunately, through the review of application A 2020-0077, staff have found that's not supportable as it only satisfies 3 of the 4 tests of a minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. Could we just get a clarification, because I know we're within a few inches of meeting the requirements, and I think Ms. Corazola tends to help us out in this situation. I wondered if I could ask Ms. Corazola to provide some clarification for the aspect that this application does not meet.
Excuse me, certainly through you, Madam Chair. This is an application for a reduction to the path of travel to the existing entrance. So in this case, you're not simply dealing, pardon me, with the actual location of the entrance itself. Rather, it is a requirement of the conditions, or of the requirement, it is a requirement for the creation of a second unit that a continuous path of travel having a minimum width of 1.2 meters be provided from the front of the dwelling to any access that is used as the principal entrance for a second unit. In this case, as you noted, it's 3.58 feet, so it is only a few inches shy of the required 1.2 meters or 4 feet approximately that would be required to that entrance. However, in this case, the difference being, and I think to speak to Ms. Swinfield's report, specifically there are policies in the city's official plan that deal with any deviation from the what's called the implementing requirements of the city's zoning bylaw, such that any variation to the minimum implementing requirements for a second unit would require rezoning rather than a minor variance. So that is the suggestion, that this application does not meet the intent of that official plan policy, as stated in Ms. Swinfield's report. But from a zoning compliance perspective, it's to the actual path of travel, because this dwelling does not have a 1.2 meter consistent setback on either side. Which is why this variance is being requested before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Corazzola. Committee members, any questions, comments? Seeing none. To the applicant, we have a situation where the city staff are not supporting this application. And so I look to the committee members whether there are any further comments or clarifications that they would want to bring forward for this application. Otherwise, we need to rely on the city staff and their report. So I'm not seeing any members coming forward. That tends to mean to me that the members are likely supporting the staff recommendations, particularly because zoning here cannot be met. So I would ask the applicant for any further comments you may have.
If we see the setback, this is valley. If we see the setback on the either side of the property, here we are considering the narrowest portion. You can see the request is 1.09. No, our path is the other side, where it is 1.16. which is only 0.8 of an inch.
So I think
the arrow shown is in the wrong direction, like mentioned in the discussion.
So if the arrow is in the wrong direction, does that change the fact that you are still within a few inches of meeting the requirement?
0.8 inch, it's not even 1 inch.
0.8 inch. Any comments from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any comments. Yeah, these applications are challenging for us. There is a city council requirement in place that we cannot approve anything that does not meet the zoning bylaw for applications such as the one you've brought before us today. So I'm going to ask committee if somebody is ready to put forward a motion.
Through you, Madam Chair. Support the city's recommendations and refuse this application.
Okay, so Member Power has put forward his motion to refuse the application. Is there a seconder? Member Marcus has seconded the motion. All those in favor? All in favor. Just to confirm, are there any objections? I see no objections. To the applicant, your application has been refused.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming.
Calling application A 2020-0079, Crest Point Real Estate Financial Drive, Inc. Property is addressed as 7525 and 7535 Financial Drive.
Members of committee, the authorized agent, Sath Nathan, is present on the call to address the committee. Please go ahead, Sath.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Sath Nathan, as Peter had indicated, and I'm the authorized agent for Crest Point Real Estate Incorporated, who is the property owner for 7525 and 7535 Financial Drive. I would like to start off thanking everyone for their time today. The minor variance application submitted for 7525 and 7535 Financial Drive is to request the permission for outside storage of oversized motor vehicles, that's trucks and trailers, whereas the bylaw does not permit outside storage, as the definition of outside storage includes for trucks and trailers that are not actively engaged in loading and offloading. As part of the due diligence performed, a preliminary meeting with the Brampton zoning officials was held, in which the following items were requested: a parking study of the property, functional review of the property, and a structural design package for the new screen wall. All of these items were included in our submission in hopes that it will support the minor variance application. I trust that the submitted materials were acceptable and request the approval of the committee.
Thank you to the applicant. I note that I don't have any further correspondence related to this application. Peter, are there any speakers wanting to speak on this application?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would request that staff present their report to us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0079 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that no outside storage other than the storage of oversized motor vehicles within the area identified on the sketch attached to the public notice shall be permitted on the property. Number 3, that the applicant submit a limited site plan within 60 days of the final date of the committee's decision, and that use shall not be implemented until site plan approval is granted. And number 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would ask the applicant, do you agree and approve the recommendations put forward by city staff?
Only request I would have is for the recommendation 3, the 60-day period be extended in light of the COVID events and the second wave. I would obviously have to work with our sub-consultants to put together the site plan approval package and therefore request a bit of an extension on the 60-day period.
Okay, so I put that question forward to city staff. Any concerns with moving that date forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, we wouldn't have an issue with extending that out to either 120 or 160 days, or alternatively, including language that the period of time can be extended at the discretion of the Director of Development Services, whichever committee would prefer.
Thank you. So to the applicant, would 128 days provide you the reassurance?
That would suffice. That would suffice. Thank you.
Perfect. So if I still have to put this to the committee for a vote, but in the event that we address 120 days within the recommendations, would you agree and approve of the recommendations put forward? City?
Yes, agreed.
Thank you. All right, members of the committee, do we have a motion? Sorry, Member Power has his hand up. Motion to approve with the recommendations and an adjustment to 120 days, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing no opposition, your application is approved unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Calling application A 2020-0081, Matthew and Jill Samatas. The property is located at 86 West Street.
Members of committee, Matthew Samatas is present for this session. Please go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. Matthew, I'm sorry.
I just said good afternoon.
Oh, sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm here to obtain a few minor variances on the property of 86 West Street. I am the homeowner. I am looking for a minor variance to allow for an existing privacy screen on my deck, which is indeed six feet, but it is 9 feet when it is put on top of the deck from grade. I'm also asking for a minor variance to allow for existing wood shed and metal shed to be 1.5 feet from the fence, whereas it should be 1.97 feet from the fence. And to allow for 4 existing structures, the 2 sheds, the play structure, and a converted garage. And a permit for the converted garage having a larger area of what the bylaw permits.
Thank you. I do note that I do not have any correspondence related to this application. Peter, are there any speakers wanting to speak on this application?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members of committee, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I would request the staff present their report to us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0081 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that the height of the existing open roofed porch in the rear yard shall not exceed the height of the main level of the dwelling. Number 3, that drainage from the open roof structure and all accessory structures shall be directed onto the subject property, and drainage on adjacent property shall not be adversely impacted. And number 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee will render the approval null and void.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. To the applicant, do you agree and accept the recommendations as put forward by the city?
Yes, I do. Just a quick question on number 2. The height of the porch is actually about 6 to 8 inches below the floor line, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so yes, as long as it does not exceed the height of the main level of the dwelling.
Can I get clarification on that, please?
Okay, I'll ask staff to provide that.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the porch is currently less in height than that like bottom floor of the second level, then that condition is considered to be good to go.
And is that the top portion of the roof, or is that the deck itself?
For you, Madam Chair, it's the top portion of the roof.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may also just request clarification, the roof of the shed itself, or sorry, of the porch itself, I believe is peaked in nature, although I cannot find my photos, I apologize. Through you to Ms. Swinfield, confirming that the intent is that the height of, again, as the owner required clarification, it's not the height of the platform of the deck. You're actually requesting that the height of the roof structure shall not exceed the ceiling height of the main level of the dwelling, if that's how I'm interpreting it.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
So, but sorry, if I may, so that if it is a peaked roof and it's a higher peaked roof, that still has to be below the start of the second level of the dwelling?
Yes, that is correct. Through you, Madam Chair.
Would it be helpful if we amended the condition and through you, Madam Chair, for the consideration of planning staff, because it is a peaked roof, can we simply state that the structure shall not be greater than 1 story in height?
That would, I'm just looking at my photos. I'm not sure if that starts to move into the second floor. Does the applicant know generally where your peak is ending?
The top, the roof itself, let's say I can't even explain it. The roof beams that come out are below the second story, but the peak will be above the second story because of the height of the peak.
Okay. And you have an existing lower roof that's to the, I think it's to the south of the new structure, which is existing? Or is that also?
There, everything was fixed at the same time. It is a structure that goes on a different pitch. You are correct.
Okay. All right. And there is no obstruction of any windows at the rear of the home? Porch?
No, there's not.
There's not. Okay.
Other than a back door, there's no windows. There's no window. Actually, there's no windows on the second floor in the
Right.
back of the house at all.
Right. So what I'm seeing in the photo that I have is that there's a significant slope to the roof that's being built, which would make sense for proper drainage. But I don't know from building code standpoint or from any bylaws that we have in front of us how we meet the requirements and how we can address item number 2. I don't know if that's two different.
What we were intending with this condition was essentially that, this open roof porch not become a 2-story kind of structure at the back of the house. So with that in mind, I would defer to Ms. Corazzola for some wording that would be consistent with that objective and able to be enforced from a zoning perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. For you, Madam Chair, my recommendation would be that condition 2 be reworded to be consistent with the bylaw requirements for an open roofed porch, and that it be worded to say that the open roofed porch shall not exceed 1 story in height and be attached only at the main level of the dwelling.
Madam Chair, I believe you may be on mute.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. All right, so what I'm wondering is the underside of the peak to the porch is at the lower level of the home, but by virtue of the peak being what it should be for proper drainage, it does look like it encroaches on the second floor.
Correct.
But I don't know if that's a matter of a few inches or a foot. So is there any way to reword this so that it deals with the actual, the living space under the roof itself? Because that seems not to be intended with the structure to go to 2 stories. It does seem to be single story, but the wording is creating some complication for us here.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to see if I can find a better elevation drawing that includes a building height to the top of the peak.
I'm going to try this. I'm going to give you the photo that I have on my phone. I don't know if this is going to work. I guess not.
Which, just to make sure that I'm on par, which measurement are you looking for?
Through you, Madam Chair, I was hoping to find a measurement from the ground to either portion of the roof structure, whether it's the uppermost portion or to even the lower portion, and then we could describe it as an angle of peak that we might be able to accommodate, but I don't see any measurements from the ground.
If it pleases the committee, if they can give me about 60 seconds, I could probably obtain that measurement.
For you, Madam Chair, if we just kept it at the joist hangers are below the second level and the structure maintains a one level, would that not just suffice and not worry about the peak?
Through you, Madam Chair, that would certainly provide clarification for the purposes of enforcing that condition, yes.
That would make sense to me. So I don't know if the applicant has gone out to get us the measurement we need.
No, I'm sorry, I was reading for a question just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Okay, so what the suggestion is you've got the wood beam, the 3 by 2 inch by 8 inch wood beam, the horizontal member. Are you seeing that on the screen?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think what Ms. Corsola is suggesting is that we get a height to the top of that beam.
Okay, if the committee can please bear with me for 60 seconds, I can grant that.
All right, thank you. I think I'd already asked Peter if there was anybody wanting to speak on this application.
Yes, there is no one, Madam Chair.
There is no one. All right. Thank you. I believe this is our last application of the day. I believe this is the last application of the day. So we have a few minutes to wait here.
That measurement is 136 inches.
136 inches. So 12, 11. Ms. Gorzola, are we able to accept that that is a reasonable dimension for the structure? Do we have Ms. Gorzola?
I'm sorry, my mic was on. My apologies, Madam Chair. To confirm, my recommendation based on that measurement would be to amend the condition to the following: that the open roofed porch shall not exceed 1 story in height, and that the height of the joist hangers and associated support beam shall not exceed 3.5 meters measured above grade.
Perfect. So that would meet the measurement that the applicant has just provided us.
Correct. It's the measurement provided was I'm sorry, I quickly calculated it. It results in a measurement metrically of 3.45 meters. I rounded it up to 3.5 meters just to make it a nice whole number.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so if the wording is changed, I still have to put this in front of the committee for a vote. This is for the applicant. But as the applicant, are you able to agree and accept the recommendations as put forward and amended by the city?
I apologize. I'm just figuring out how many inches 3.5 meters is.
Certainly. Can you give me your measurement again? I'm sorry, Madam Chair, through you. It was
136 inches.
36 inches. 136, I divided by 12.
Yeah.
Which is 11.33 feet. And then 2 metric, I calculate that at 3.45 meters. My recommendation is for a little flexibility in saying 3.5 meters being the maximum height of that beam.
Perfect, thank you. So That being said, it looks like what you have existing meets this condition. So,
And through you, Madam Chair, if I may just ask one
Yes.
more point of clarification to the homeowner, was that measurement taken to the underside of the beam or to the top of the beam?
To the underside of the beam.
Okay, I'm going to add that wording as well, just to clarify that that is a measurement to the underside of the beam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. All right, so I think we have it clear now. Given that you've provided a dimension of what exists and Ms. Corzola has slightly exceeded that, do you agree with and accept the recommendations as put forward by the city?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I now put this to the committee. Member Power, you are putting forward a motion to support city staff recommendations with the amendment, seconded by Member Marquez. All those in favor? Anybody objecting? Seeing no objections, your application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I believe we have addressed every application before us. Is that correct, Ms. Myers?
Applications?
Is Ms. Myers available?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can confirm that we have no additional applications to be heard.
Thank you. All right, so our last item of business then is adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet Tuesday, October 20th, 2020, 9 a.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion by Member Power, seconded by Member Marquez. All those in favor? We are officially adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.